Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, 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 everyone, on this first day of December. I don't know, I just felt like saying it like that. Yes, it is the first day of December, and we are currently getting a snowstorm in my area, or potential snowstorm, or, a world-ending snowstorm. Lots of snow, apparently. Haven't been hit too hard in my area yet, but areas around me are... Earlier in the news, they were saying up to a meter, which is wild. A meter in American is still a meter. Or 100 centimeters. I guess what? It's about 3.5 feet or something like that. I don't know. As soon as I go live, I get a cat on my lap who wants to eat my earphones. Abernathy, say hi to everyone. We have Marty and Hermit Horologist in the Sandbox. Say hi to them. Say hi to them. Look at those paws. Look at those paws. Immediately, he's like, oh yeah. Stretching out those paws. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Abernathy's like, I hear you in there trying to work, and I'm going to come in and distract you immediately. So in the Sandbox, Marty, Hermit Horologist, please let me know if everything's like check, good to go. I rely on you guys a lot to be kind of like my producers. Abernathy, quit trying to eat my headphones. Hello, Grand Theft Autobot. Stop it. You're being a brat. You're being a brat. Do I have to kick you out? Do I have to kick you out? Do I have to kick you out? Oh. Not how I was planning on starting my stream. Oh, he's such a big kitty. Okay, should I just do the stream like this, you think? Yes, he is a cute brat. At the top. Yes. Yes, Abernathy. Okay, down you go. Out you go. Out. There we go. Why weren't you like this like a half hour ago? It's only now that he knows I'm going live, that he's all over me. Okay, everything is working good. And Abernathy's looking at me. He's about to jump up yet again. He doesn't get the clue. Anyway, welcome everyone to this December 1st. I am looking out my window. I actually have the blind open. Normally I close it when I'm doing a live stream, so I'm not distracted by wanting to watch the snow as it falls. Because this is going to be the first substantial snowfall of the season. We've only had like a minor dusting of snow so far. No, you can't get, no, out. Go, go. A cat. Hmm. But yeah, I have a fair bit that I want to work on. I've been working on my drawing. It is almost done. So I'm not going to show it again to you guys because last time I showed you guys it was almost done and it's still almost done, but it's closer to being done than it was before. And so I'll save it until it's done. So I have a lot more work to do on that. I want to get back to recording the chapter videos of my book, which would then mean I can get rid of this setup. Because part of the reason why I like this other thingy here is it's easier for me to move the mic out of the way and stuff. Plus it has that barrier for the popping peas. So I don't have to be so concerned as to where my head is turned. Plus, and this is one like actually one of the main reasons why I wanted something like that is this tends to block my jewelry. So you can't see what lovely necklaces I have on. So I guess I'll just move it like that. Hopefully you guys can still hear okay if I move it like that. Oh, now it's all covered in cat fur, just like me. But, you know, I like showing off my necklaces sometimes, and the mic can get in the way. So, yes, I have a lot to go over. A story that I wanted to go over last time, but kind of ran out of steam. And a lot of today is just basically updates on some big stories that I have been kind of covering. Seeing how those are going, like the postal strike and the bike lane issue here in Ontario with Doug Ford wanting to tear them up and stuff. Also, yes, I'm going to touch on, what do they call it? Janksgiving? With the Cenk on Hasan's show. I'm not going to cover the whole thing. Just, I have a couple little snippets where I feel, I don't know, just really kind of got under my skin. How much Cenk loves attacking the dirtbag left. I think he called them dirtbags. You know, people like me would be one of those dirtbag lefties. I don't think he's attacking me specifically because he probably has no idea I exist, even though I had been part of the network. But I would still kind of consider myself within that category of people. Wait, what is this for? Oh, okay. Saw the end of a cord not plugged in. I'm like, do I need that right now? Oh. So, yeah, I'm just scanning over my docket. Got that, got those stories to cover. I finally figured out why it says that I'm sharing the screen sometimes when I don't think I'm sharing the screen. It's because I'm using that volume thingy, that plug-in. Let's see, or do I start with this? Why don't I start with the updates? Get those out of the way. And if you're in the sandbox, say hi to everyone and stay safe out there if you're being hit by a snowstorm or any other weather event, because we are getting hit by a snowstorm right now. And I'm looking forward to getting more clips out there on the thing now that I'm having help with editing, which is super great. Also, if you could go to the video tab of my YouTube page, and if you see a video that's under 100 views, can you please just give it a courtesy watch? You know, you click on it, you mute it, you do something else to help it get over 100 views, which would just help it in the algorithms and whatnot. Let's see. Got a few people in here so far. Okay, so earlier this month was an election. There were several elections, but the election I'm talking about is the Nova Scotia election. The Conservatives won. Not exactly shocking. What was shocking was by how much they won. Like, it was the biggest win they've ever had type thing. Or any party has had in that province. Because out of the 55 seats, they got... Where's that number? Oh, you're not showing me on this screen. Okay. So out of the 55 seats, they got 43, which is just Wild. That's wild. So first, let's go to this shot. So this is the Wikipedia page, and they're fairly up to date. And so here you see the turnout. And the turnout, something I'm usually very interested in, especially when there's a major conservative win. And the turnout was 45.19%, which was down almost 10 points since the last election. It is also the lowest turnout that province has seen. The lowest turnout, yeah. And as you can see here, the Conservatives won 9 more seats than they had before. The NDP had 3 more seats than they did before. And the Liberals lost 12 seats. So again, when they say, oh no, the Liberals and the NDP, vote splitting and all that sort of stuff. No, no, no. The Liberals, generally speaking, lose seats at the expense of Conservatives, not because the NDP had anything to do with it. Because even if you add that, it's still a major loss for the Liberals, where it was mostly gained by the Conservatives. And we can go to this graphic here. So it shows, so 9 for the Democrats, 2 for the Liberals, 1 for other. And we have this article here, which kind of gives a little bit more of a breakdown. So Nova Scotia election had lowest voter turnout ever. And this is from CBC News. Only 45% of eligible voters cast ballots according to unofficial results. Voter turnout in this week's provincial election in Nova Scotia hit an all-time low, with only 45% of the electorate casting a ballot according to unofficial results from Elections Nova Scotia. Again, we had this type of thing in Ontario. Last election, I think, was also the lowest voter turnout. And Doug Ford got a majority. But when you break it down to the entire electorate, Doug Ford got a majority with only 18% of possible votes. Tim Houston's Progressive Conservative won more seats than any party in the province's history Tuesday night after calling a snap election last month. It was also the first time voter turnout has dipped below 50% in Nova Scotia. The previous low was in 2017 with 53.4%. That's actually quite shocking, but it is a smaller province, so maybe that has something to do with it. But here in Ontario, we've dipped below 50% a few times. It's not that uncommon here. In a lot of ways, this campaign just kind of came and went, and people didn't pay a whole lot of attention to it. And I think the government wouldn't want that, said Laurie Turnbull, a political science professor at Dalhousie University. And so here we can just see the turnout just keeps on getting lower and lower and lower over the years. A lot of this just has to do with, again, our politicians, the policies they're offering is just not energizing people. What is energizing people is the Conservative Party, and they do that by saying, oh no, look at the scary others, you know, the trans people, the immigrants, it's all this, the communist leftist party, liberals, they want to take away, and that energizes their base. They're lying, of course, but it does do something to energize their base, and they really quite often give the impression to Conservatives their way of life is on the line. And that energizes, that motivates people to go out. Whereas the Liberals and the NDP, they don't do that. They don't make the stakes clear as to what, you know, an election will have on people, like what the results will have. Both the NDP and the Liberals, generally speaking, just want to maintain the status quo, but nobody wants the status quo because the status quo isn't working anymore. And so when all they're ever offering is the status quo over and over and over again, you get people getting less and less enthused about turning out. But again, then you have the Conservatives saying, oh no, you have to turn out or else, you know, global depopulation will happen because of the made up climate change that the Liberals are pushing, and chemtrails, there's going to be chemtrails, don't forget about chemtrails, and the vaccines will cause you to become cyborgs and all of that sort of stuff. And so you have to come out and vote for us or else, you know, communism, and we all know communism is bad because, you know, in Canada, we have memorials to the victims of communism, and we also have memorials for the heroes of Nazism. So you better come out and vote or else we'll become a communist state. Like that's a bad thing. Turnbull said Nova Scotians likely weren't engaged with the campaign because there was never really any doubt who was going to win. Polls suggested the Progressive Conservative had a strong lead from the start. Polls need to be banned. I'm sorry, I'm so fed up with polls. I'm fed up with how they influence elections, what they do, the hopes that they give up, and the fact that it actually has an effect on how people vote. Because if everyone's like, oh, there's no point in me going out to vote, then they don't go out and vote. Because they're like, oh, well, the Conservatives are going to win anyway, so why should I take, the 20 minutes out of my day to go and vote? Which is really sad. And then the polls can be misleading and they never count for everything. And there's all these factors and variables that, they can't foresee and all this sort of stuff. So it can give people a false sense of security, a false sense of hope, all of that sort of stuff. Polls are ridiculous. They're useless. They shouldn't exist. It's just my personal opinion, but they really shouldn't exist. I don't care. They are a useless venture. Lots of money goes into it, from media to politicians to all that sort of stuff. When it comes to who's voting for who, you can have polls for what policies are popular. That's fine. But when you have polls about who's going to win, just scrap them. Get rid of them. Don't have them. We don't need them. Turnout in 9 of the 55 electoral districts fell below 40% this year. The total number of votes was 10% less than the amount of ballots cast in Nova Scotia's 2021 election. It's not a surprise to see that probably all of the parties had a hard time mobilizing the vote, Turnbull said. PC only party to increase votes. Yes, we know that. Votes by party. Increase, in votes. Okay, I'm thinking seats. So increase in votes. So I guess the NDP got more seats with less votes. Yeah, well, the New Democrat Party increased their seats and legislator to become the official opposition. The NDP went from 88,265 in 2021 to 79,079 this year. That's first past the post for you. Really representative of how people vote there. And really, it's like, here's the thing. You look at it, so the Liberals received 81,000 votes. The NDP received, 79,000 votes. And yet, the NDP had 9 seats and the Liberals have 2. But their vote count really isn't that far off from each other. Don't need to get into the confusion of where to vote and that sort of stuff, but just wanted to update people on that. Super frustrating. This is the thing every election season, and it seems to only get worse. And this is why I'm very worried that come this next federal election, we're going to see this on a federal level where the Conservatives will just have a major blowout of seats and the Bloc Québécois will be the official opposition. And part of that is, in Quebec, they really don't like Pierre Poilievre. Like, they really, really don't like him. And they have an alternative to the Liberals and the NDP there. And it's not like it would be the first time the Bloc has been the official opposition. It's just so frustrating. So frustrating that this is a thing over and over again. Ooh, I'm looking outside. There's lots of snow falling. I might want to go for my walk later on tonight and trudge through all the snow because I love winter. I love the snow. Don't like driving in it, but I do love the snow. Hello, S. Not sure I've seen you in the Sandbox before, so welcome. Anyone else enjoy the former NDP leader's son's music? I have no idea who you're talking about or what their music is like. No clue. No clue. And well, I'm into EDM music and stuff like that, so unless they're doing EDM style music, I'm probably not going to be that much into it. Give me some Armin van Buuren. That sort of thing. Tiesto, Deadmau5, those types of things. Very Korstein, amazing EDM artist. Trevor Guthrie, all that sort of stuff. I watch A State of Trance regularly on YouTube. If you like EDM music, you guys got to watch State of Trance on YouTube. It's a live EDM show every week on Thursday, and then they keep them posted. And oh yeah, their top 40 of this year will be coming out soon. Looking forward to that. Oh, anyway, next update. There's a strike going on in Canada. It's a postal strike. It's still going on in Canada. Fortunately, the Liberals haven't decided to shut it down yet, which is actually kind of shocking. They haven't done that yet because they've done that before, but maybe because we're so close to calling a federal election next year, maybe, just maybe, they're worried about the optics of it for a change. But there have been some disconcerting updates on this story. So from CTV News, Canada Post temporarily laying off striking workers, union says. The union representing Canada Post workers says the Crown Corporation has been laying off striking employees as the labor action by more than 55,000 workers approaches the 2-week mark. In a notice to members posted Monday, the Canadian Union of Postal Workers called the layoff a scare tactic and said it's looking into the situation. Canada Post spokeswoman Lisa Liu confirmed the layoffs, saying they are temporary. She said the organization has informed some employees that the collective agreements are no longer in effect and their conditions of employment have now changed as per the Canada Labour Code, referring to the section of the code that covers lockout notices. Our businesses have been significantly impacted leading up to and throughout this labor disruption. We have taken steps to adjust our operations, Liu said. Neither the union nor Canada Post provided details on the extent of the layoffs. Earlier in November, Canada Post issued a lockout notice but said it didn't intend to lock out employees, instead saying it would the notice would allow the company to make changes to its operations in order to respond to the effects of the strike. Labor experts say the layoff by Canada Post are an unusual move. Given that the workers aren't being paid while they're on strike, it's unclear why they're doing it, said labor and employment lawyer Deborah Hudson. Yeah. So they're on strike. So this is, going on strike isn't just an inconvenience to some people. Like, they are really putting their livelihoods on the line. And some people, there was a story about one Canada Post worker who can't get coverage for their cancer medication because, here in Canada, our medication isn't universally covered. They're really putting their necks out there for a better deal, for a better package, so that future workers at Canada Post are supported. And this is a big, bold move, and they aren't actually getting paid while they're on strike. Yet here comes Canada Post saying, oh yeah, well, you can't go on strike. We lay you off. It's really, there's no point of that other than them trying to play a card, be heavy-handed about their tactics and things of that sort. Hudson said the Canada Labour Code protects workers from being laid off because of their participation in a strike. If the temporary layoffs continue, they will for sure result in legal action by the union, she said, such as grievances or an unfair labor practice, practice complaint. In that case, Canada Post will have to prove that it laid off workers for another reason, she said. On its face, Canada Post appears to be violating that section of the Labour Code, said David J. Dorey, a professor of labour and employment at York University, in an email. Therefore, if QW challenges the layoffs, Canada Post will need strong evidence to persuade the Labour Board that the layoffs are entirely unrelated to the fact that the workers went on strike. It would be interesting to hear that argument, he said. Liu said the strikes essentially shut down Canada Post's operations until further notice. The fact that the collective agreements are not currently in effect enables Canada Post to adjust its operations based on operational realities and business needs, she says. Hudson says the organization could be doing the layoffs in anticipation of the end of the strike, when they may be expecting significant lower volumes in the short term, as other carriers have shouldered Black Friday deliveries. Maybe they're anticipating a drop of workload ahead of time, she said. normally, laying people off that you're not paying in anticipation of not needing them, kind of sketchy. That's really sketchy. To fire people because you think that the company is going to go under, you wait. Because this just makes Canada Post look really bad. The question is, are they able to prove that justifies these temporary layoffs or not? Striking workers have a legal right to return to their jobs when the strike ends, says Dory, unless those jobs no longer exist. It may be that a lack of work at that point results in some employees being laid off, at least temporarily, but that is just hypothetical at this point, he said. Canada Post has said it's missed out on delivering millions of parcels due to the strike. A key issue in bargaining has been a push to expand parcel deliveries into the weekend, but the union and Canada Post are at odds over how to make it work. Canada Post has been struggling to compete with other delivery providers and posted a $315 million loss before tax in its third quarter and pitched weekend deliveries as a way to boost revenue. It's a crown corporation. It's a public service. It always loses money. That's kind of the point. For the government to flip the bill on that so that people in rural Canada, in remote communities can get mail. That's what it is. It's a public service type thing. They always lose money. Just putting this constantly in the news, like all these media corporations just constantly saying hundreds of millions of dollars being lost. It's just to frame it in such a way like, oh, this is a losing business and blah, blah, blah. It always has been. That's its role. It's its role. So there is no end for the strike, as the federal labor minister said Wednesday that a mediator appointed by Ottawa was getting nowhere with the sides too far apart on critical issues. The mediation talks were temporarily suspended and the government doesn't plan to intervene. Stephen McKinnon said he had summoned both sides to his office in Ottawa. However, he said a directive for binding arbitration is not in the cards. In a statement Thursday, spokesman Phil Rogers said in Canada's Post is considering its options to move negotiations forward with greater urgency and remains committed to negotiation new collective agreements. Meanwhile, Union President Jan Simpson says this in a statement Wednesday that QW is fighting to protect good full-time jobs. Good full-time jobs are rare to come by these days. And we have a statement from QW. I'm now calling it QW because, we have QP here in Ontario. And so I keep on saying that, seeing the CUPW. So CUPE is a massive union here in Ontario, and we call it QP. So now I'm just calling this QW because it's easier. And so they're already filing an unfair labor practice complaint over these layoffs. And it's also just a notice to their employees. If you are notified by CPC, the Canada Post Corporation, I don't know if that's what CPC actually stands for, but it's, imposed by CPC, the Canada Post something, are being laid off either by a phone call, email, letter. Please contact your local as soon as possible and gather as much information as possible. Please note the time and manner you were notified of the layoff and ask CPC representative for written confirmation as well as the reasons of said layoff. So they're just trying to make sure that they have information and that their workers know their rights. Not shockingly, media coverage of the Canada Post strike is centering business interests, not the interests of workers. What? I covered this a bit in the last live stream. I was talking about this, and there is a puppy that couldn't get out a puppy influencers cards that couldn't get out, even though, as I read into that article, really framed poorly because apparently that influencer was on the side of the striking workers. But if I was that influencer in that article, I would get mad at the media for how they framed it because they really made the influencer seem like a douche. For being like, oh no, I can't get my puppy's cards out. The media framed him as being a douche when in actuality, in the article, it says that he was on the side of the workers. I would not like that framing of me in a news article. That would have pissed me off. But then there's also other people complaining they can't get their packages and this and that and the other thing. And as always, the media, it's establishment bias, it's status quo bias. They want to make it seem like it's the workers' fault as opposed to, the corporation not paying them a fair wage. So this is from Press Progress. Canada's postal workers' strike is nearing the end of its second week with no sign of movement from Canada Post after negotiations broke down earlier this week. And let's see, we don't need to go over this part because we've talked about it. So here we go. Adam D.K. King, assistant professor in the labor studies program at the University of Manitoba, says Canada media coverage of the postal strike is centering businesses' interests ahead of interests of workers. I have seen a lot of coverage and concern about the impacts on small businesses and people not being able to get their parcels over the holiday season, Black Friday, these types of things, King told Press Progress. There does seem to be a particular bias against workers, or at least less of a focus on their issues and concerns when it comes to Canada Post. I'm not sure how to explain that, but it's definitely something that's there. And even as the media, I think, has improved their labor coverage when it comes to other public services, it doesn't seem to be the case when it comes to Canada Post workers. In one article, Canada Post told the Star they are currently unable to get mail out to and from Santa in the North Pole due to labor disruptions, but are committed to delivering every letter as well as his responses once the postal operations restart. Another example, in another example, both Canada Post and Retail Council of Canada were cited in an article about the concern of business owners, stating costs will be passed on to customers. QW is cited as responding to small businesses owners' complaints. Yeah, QW is only cited as responding to small business owners and complaints. King says the lack of coverage of this labor action in particular is noticeable when compared to other public sector strikes in recent years. There's less of a negative framing of education workers' strikes, King noted. I think that back to the general strike in Ontario a couple years ago, and my read on that is that the media was pretty supportive or certainly wasn't engaging in any kind of anti-worker framing on that. In the case of Canada Post, and I'm not sure how to explain this, but it is something that I think has been there, not just in this strike, but previous strikes, there is a tendency to look at the supposed negative impacts. Despite the fact that the public is feeling direct impacts as a result of the strike, King says that there's growing support for striking workers. I think back to when grocery store workers went on strike in the GTA and how much support they had. And there are sort of others examples, even federal public servants when they were on strike, that level of support actually that they received was quite surprising to me because they're another group, sort of like Canada workers, that have sometimes been on the receiving end of public backlash, King said. I think people understand that the cost of living crisis has been very difficult for workers, and they've been generally supportive of the union demands. And I think that has a lot to do with it. The population isn't dumb all the time. There are some things that, the population in general is ignorant about, uneducated about, illiterate about. But people are feeling the cost of living. They're feeling that pain. They're feeling that hurt. They're feeling how bad it's getting. And so I think it's understandable now when people go on strike wanting fair wages and stuff. The general population is a little bit more sympathetic to it because it's a shared experience. And when you have some sectors fighting to get fair pay and all that sort of stuff, it actually helps to increase the pay in other places because of competition, people leaving jobs, wanting better pay in other places. And it helps to raise the bar when unions do it. And unions are part of the reason why we have weekends and 8-hour workdays and all that sort of stuff. A lot of it is from unions demanding these things be put into their contracts. But while the public can empathize with union demands, employers are letting strike drag on longer. King adds the strikes are lasting longer than they have in many years. And I think part of that too is, again, the workers are starting to get more support, whereas there was pressure from the public before for the workers to negotiate, to concede and all that sort of stuff. But now that they're having more support from the public, they're able to hold out longer and get more concessions. It could be an indication that employers are just that much more reluctant in holding out, or you could read it that workers are also resolved in their demands, King suggested, but I think this predates the pandemic. So I think the proper way to read that is that employers feel emboldened to hold out longer and keep their workers out longer on strike. They're really quoting this person by word. You can tell trying to read this out loud, there's a little bit of a flow difference between this and like a typed out part of the paragraph. It's a little bit harder to just sight read, and I'm not good at sight reading to begin with. Oops. Employers are less willing to bargain because the Liberal government has used back to work orders in the past. I think Canada Post might expect some of these same treatments, that the government might be there to also bail them out, which has a chilling effect on bargaining and on their willingness to return to the tables with meaningful offers for their workers. So hopefully Justin Trudeau can stay out of this one. Because again, whenever there's a strike, and if the corporations know it's just a matter of time before Justin Trudeau will put like back to work legislation through, yeah, it's a game of chicken. In essence, it's just a game of chicken. They're trying to hold out as long as possible, just hoping that, you know, the neoliberals will come to the rescue and save them from having to pay a fair wage and all that sort of stuff. Hopefully the workers can get what they need, get what they want, get their demands met. Because yeah, wages have not been keeping up with how much work is going through, with how much productivity has increased, with the cost of living. And there's actually a video I want to respond to with a tweet and stuff. Because, sorry, that's just a side note there. It's something that I have on my list of things to do. I saw a video of Mehdi Hasan and Owen Jones, and they were talking about inflation and things of that sort. You know, unemployment rate is low, inflation is low. You know, wages are up, so why are everyone complaining? Blah blah blah. And you see, there's just a perspective that somebody who lives with poverty can see that a lot of other people don't necessarily know. And inflation is a very, it doesn't take into account all the expenses people have. And there's something in inflation that's never accounted for, but is huge. And that is people now being forced to pay for things that were previously free. A very simple examples that I have in my life, and these are tiny, but when you start adding them up over all the different things, again, it adds up to a lot of money every given month that now you have to pay for things that used to be free. So when I have a laundry card that I can go and I recharge and I can do my laundry that way. Now all of a sudden, every time I put more money onto my laundry card, it charges me 25 cents. Like there's no reason for it. The equipment didn't change. The procedure didn't change. The machine isn't having to put more work into it. But now suddenly it's a 25% or 25 cents every time I put money on my card. I have to pay to put money on my card. Again, 25 cents isn't that much, but when you start talking across the board on things, it can add up. And if you're a large family and you have to do multiple loads of laundry, you know, every week, it can start adding up if you can't afford to put like $100 on any given go onto that little laundry card. Another example I've seen is I would visit a friend at their apartment building and they had a dirt pit for their visitor parking. I call it a dirt pit. It was an unpaved part of the parking lot, which was for their visitor parking. And it was free. Until one day, there was a notice that you had to download an app and pay through parking, pay for visitor parking that way. So that's another way. Parking in my building used to be free, but now if you move into these buildings, you have to pay for parking. Luckily, I'm grandfathered in, so I don't have to worry about that because I can't afford it. So there's all these things that are constantly being thrown at people that are adding on to the inflation that isn't included in those inflation numbers because they are things that now suddenly we have to pay for, even though they are things we had already been receiving for free. And other minor examples of that is just access to, ad-free stuff or things on Twitter. So before you could DM anyone on Twitter, but now you have to be a premium paid member in order to be able to DM people and things of that sort. So again, things that used to be free are no longer free. And for some online programs, StreamYards or Adobe and all that sort of stuff, you're renting the programs now. You don't get to keep them. Same with Microsoft Office. So before you could just buy the package and you have it. But now it's constantly, every year, you're having to pay more and more and more. And so things, again, that used to be free are no longer free. And we are constantly being pinched and squeezed all the time for that. But a lot of people say, well, inflation isn't that bad. But actually, yeah, it is that bad. It's a lot worse than what they seem to think it is. Anyway, let's check the Sandbox. It looks like a lot of people have decided to jump in. Hello, Medi Doctors. You're watching reruns of Flashing Blade. Don't know that one. Shemagli, hello. I wonder how much of that 351 million lost by Canada Post is basically just a parasite company like Amazon using our practically free system for their profit. Probably has some of it to do with it. Let's see. People are now very curious about this NDP related music. Well, if somebody wants to let me know a little bit more about it, I'll Google it, but I don't know enough about it because when you say NDP leader, are you talking about the current one, previous one, provincial or federal? Like it's not narrowed down enough for me to want to put the effort into Googling it. Hello, Soul Life. It's been a while, I think, since I've seen you in here. Nice to see you again. Many doctors saying you've got to fight for what you want and all that you believe. Let's see. Also saying the cost of living crisis just isn't going away. Yeah, we need to fight for it. Grand Theft Autobot, inflation doesn't work in reverse. Prices go up, but they don't ever go back down. There has been one time I've seen prices go down when it comes to corporate stuff. I've seen rent go down because property values will get real property values. If the property values are evaluated and they go down, then legally they have to lower the rent. And I've had that happen a bunch of times. So move to a neighborhood that's about to go to crap and your rent will actually go down sometimes. But the internet service I use, they are local in Ontario. And one time they were able to negotiate a better deal with Bell or Rogers, one or the other, because they still have to use those lines. And they actually passed on the savings. And so my internet bill went down because of that. That's the only time. Only time. And gas doesn't count because it's up and down and all over the place. But yeah, they keep on going up, but then they never go down. So that pressure just keeps on increasing and increasing. And there's never any real relief. Like that's why we're getting the GST holiday, which I'll be getting a little bit more into. But it's not enough. And that's only a temporary fix because it's just for a couple months. And then after that, the prices go back to what they were and probably even higher. Oh, Let's see. Mist Man. Libra office for life. Not sure I've seen you in the Sandbox before, so welcome. Carrie Woods is in there. Hello, Sandy. Making cupcakes while watching. What kind of cupcakes? Cupcakes are good. I like cupcakes. Especially if they have like real buttercream icing on them. Oh, so good. And they're still kind of gooey. Yeah. MIDI doctor saying the flashing blade is a French procedural cop show set to the background of Europe religious warfare in the 17th century, with the cop precinct being La Rochelle. Could be interesting. Bet you get a lot more interesting TV shows out there than we do up over on this side of the pond. Majority Report. Foreshadowing. Foreshadowing. A story that I'm going to be covering later on in this stream. Yeah. Okay, let's get back into it. I just kind of want to run through some of these update stories and then get into the other stuff that I'm just going to ramble on a lot more about. MIDI Doctors is setting the record straight. The show was shit. Okay. Anyway, why don't we get back into some of the updates? So recently, and I covered this in my last live stream, hence this is why this is an update in this live stream, Trump has declared he's going to put a tariff on all goods being imported from all his major trading partners, so Canada, Mexico, and China, all for pretty much made up reasons. Because, you know, the thing you want to do when you're the president of a very powerful country is to piss off all of your trading partners, all of your biggest trading partners. That's what you want to do. Just get into arbitrary trading wars for what exactly? I don't know. Like he says, oh, he wants less fentanyl in the country, and like, okay, so why don't you deal with the issues that are causing people to turn to fentanyl as a self-medication type thing? Like, you know, go to the root of the addictions. Why are people getting addicted to fentanyl in the first place, and deal with that? Also, a lot of these drugs come in through legal ports of entry and stuff, but Donald Trump's like, oh no, illegal border crossings, all these illegal immigrants coming in, Granted, there are a lot of illegal Canadian immigrants in the US, but it's not because they just snuck across the border. No, they had working visas and they just overstayed their visas. That's how the majority of them are over there right now. But all this idea of like, oh, you need to clamp down on the border and blah, blah, blah. And the response from the president of Mexico has been very strong. Claudia Sheinbaum, I think her name is. And I really like her response versus Trudeau. I had a pleasant phone call with him. Well, now he's gone out to dinner with Trump. He went to Mar-a-Lago. Yep, Justin Trudeau just went to Mar-a-Lago. And now I don't get me wrong. I'm not upset at the fact that he went to Mar-a-Lago to talk to Trump. I find it kind of ridiculous that it is Mar-a-Lago where these negotiations are happening, as opposed to, any sort of like professional government setting. But, that is kind of Justin Trudeau's responsibility in that case, is to go and see if there's anything that can be done, maybe behind closed doors, and have a conversation. But really, it's when you hear like some of the details, the idea that Trump can be president of the most powerful nation in the world is ridiculous. When Justin Trudeau has to sit down and basically with a chalkboard and a meter stick point out, like, this is what a tariff does. This is how it will affect you. This is how it will affect us, and actually have to explain to him how this works is just, how can this be allowed to happen? It should be disqualifying if you don't know what a tariff is to be the president of the United States of America. If you're using it for some sort of vague reason or objective, it should be disqualifying. I'm not necessarily keen on saying, well, you have to have passed high school or college or have a university degree in order to be in any sort of level of government. But you still have to be smart. The whole educational institute, not necessarily keen on, but, you still have to be able to read a definition and understand it and absorb that information in order to be in office, I would think. So let's get a little bit into it, shall we? From CBC News. So how did Trudeau and Trump's dinner meeting go? Here's what we know. PM traveled to Mar-a-Lago after U.S. President-elect said he would impose hefty tariffs on Canada, Mexico. And that's a very cropped-in picture. And I'll show you why in just a little bit. But this is very cropped in. It's very grady because this was actually the picture, the original picture. It's taken from quite the distance away. But we'll see why in a moment. And there is just, well, I'll get to it. I'm getting all over the place sometimes because I have like all these tabs that I can see that you guys can't see because of the way that I purposely crop that. So you don't see the upper bar or the lower bar, so you can't see everything that I'm seeing. It can get distracting, and then I'll want to get ahead of myself. And then I got to remember, no, I put them in these orders for a reason. Okay, so Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and U.S. President-elect Donald Trump discussed border security and Canada-U.S. trade during a surprise meeting at Trump's estate in Florida on Friday night. Trudeau flew to Palm Beach, Florida, and visited Trump at Mar-a-Lago, where the president-elect had been meeting with his transition team in recent weeks. The visit came amid Trump's threats to impose steep tariffs on Canadian products entering the United States. On Saturday, Trump described the meeting as very productive on his social media channel Truth Social. In a post, Trump said he and Trudeau discussed the fentanyl and drug crisis, illegal immigration, and Canada-U.S. trade. Other places have been suggesting it, and I tend to agree with their theory that there's been a lot of pushback on Trump from the business community, from donors and stuff saying, this tariff thing is a bad idea. And Trump wants an out. And so just saying, oh, okay, so now that they're going to have some air patrols across the border of Canada or something, or they're going to do this, haha, I won, now I won't put the tariffs on. Like he's looking for an out to make it seem like he got what he wanted and can get rid of the tariffs. Like it's just, that's kind of the impression people are getting right now, and it wouldn't surprise me if it's getting closer to being a reality. But the whole thing, the threat of tariffs, so unnecessary. And all it is doing is antagonizing the United States' biggest trading partners. And all it's doing is setting a precedent that former relationships, former dealings are no longer safe. That you can't rely on the states. You can't trust the states on what they're going to say. And Trump did a good job of really destroying a lot of that illusion when he was in office in the first round. But this is just saying to the world, we're going to treat you like shit. And, the United States won't be a superpower forever, like the superpower forever. It's just the way global politics go. No one is number one forever. And they're doing a lot of the fucking around part right now, which is sad because when the finding out part comes, it's going to be the people who suffer, not the rich people who caused the situation in the first place. So here I made it very clear that the United States will no longer sit idly by as our citizens become victims to the scourge of this drug epidemic caused mainly by the drug cartels and fentanyl pouring in from China, he wrote. Oh, it's right here. Why don't I just read this as opposed to reading that? So from Donald J. Trump, I just had a very productive meeting with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada, where we discussed many important topics like that will require both countries to work together to address, like the fentanyl and drug crisis that has decimated so many lives as a result of illegal immigration. See, this is why they're able to agree on this, is because Justin Trudeau recently has been throwing immigrants under the bus as well. So it's like, oh yeah, totally immigrants' fault. Justin Trudeau will totally be on board with that. Fair trade deals that do not jeopardize American workers and the massive... Do you know what jeopardizes American workers is all the jobs that have already been shipped overseas and out of country. And the massive trade deficits in the U.S. has with Canada, that's not a thing. I made it very clear that the United States will no longer sit idly by as our citizens become victims to the scourge of this drug epidemic, just random capitalization going on around here, caused mainly by the drug cartels and fentanyl pouring in from China. So that's what you do. When there's another country like China that you're claiming is just pouring the drugs into the United States, what you do is put tariffs on other countries. And that country, because that will solve it. That's some big brain thinking there. Too much death and hardship. Prime Minister Trudeau has made a commitment to work with us to end this terrible devastation of U.S. families. We also spoke about many other important topics like energy, trade, and the Arctic. All are vital issues that we'll be addressing on my first days back in office and before. Yeah. What will also be devastating to U.S. families is how much everything is going to go up in cost if he puts these tariffs through. A Canadian government source who spoke confidently to CBC News said that there was no guarantee that the tariffs are coming off the table, but Canadians left the meeting with optimism that a solution is obtainable. The source also said Trudeau promised to increase security along the Canada-U.S. border and specifically told Trump he'll increase helicopter patrols. That's how you get Trump's attention. We have this little whirly bird here that we're going to be putting up across the border, eh? Yeah, and it's going to be looking for those drugs that you've been talking about, huh? Yeah, and it's going to have like these heat sensors or maybe something, and these little, like, we'll have an app on it that will actually track these drugs for you. So totally doing everything you're saying, eh? But also just to say, like, here is Justin Trudeau going down there to talk about this. Whereas in this article, he also wants to, this is from CNN. And this is what Trudeau says. One of the things that is really important to understand is that Donald Trump, when he makes statements like this, he plans on carrying them out. There's no question about it. Again, just really the United States, Donald Trump making it clear to the rest of the world he will not work with them. And this is the zoomed in picture. So you see just here of the two of them. And I'll point out why in just a minute. One thing that struck Canadian officials, the source said, is how important the fentanyl issue is to Trump and that anything Canada can do to help is key. And of course, he loves talking about the fentanyl issue because it's very scary and it's impacting a lot of people. But cracking down on these drugs doesn't solve the underlying cause for why people are getting addicted to fentanyl in the first place. That needs to be dealt with. Raising tariffs, more patrols, all of that won't fix the problem. You need to fix the societal issues at hand that is driving people to become addicted to these drugs. And here's Justin Trudeau tweeting out, "Thanks for dinner last night, President Trump. I look forward to the work we can do together again." And here we go. Oh, this is actually a better picture. This is a much better picture. I'm circling this. You'll see why in a moment. Overall, Canadian officials felt they made good connections on Friday and now no key players on Trump's new team, the source says. Trudeau was joined on the trip by Public Safety Minister Dominic LeBlanc and his Chief of Staff Katie Telford. On Saturday, LeBlanc told CBC News he was struck by how cordial the relationship is between the Prime Minister and the President-elect Trump. Common misconception that Justin Trudeau and Trump didn't get along. On a surface level, nah, they didn't get along. And they were a bit hard-hitting, like a bit abrasive, bumping up against each other and stuff. But when it came to international issues or pipelines or corporate issues, they were actually fairly aligned. They didn't have as many disagreements as one might think. So it doesn't strike me, I'm not struck by how cordial the relationship is, because on a lot of the big issues, they got along just fine before. But he would do that funny little thing, when he's in a press conference or something, and somebody asks him about Donald Trump, and there's 45 minutes of silence, 45 seconds, of silence, as you see Trudeau making weird faces or something, and everyone's like, oh, ha, ha, look at that. He doesn't like working with Trump, blah, blah, blah. He worked just fine with Trump and will continue to work just fine with him. You see, what would be nice is to see more of Sheinbaum's reaction to this. Like, that's how you see strength and stuff. And that Mexico isn't just going to be pushed over. Canada absolutely will be pushed over with Trudeau in power. And Poilievre. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If it's Poilievre or Trudeau, this country is just going to be rolled over. When asked whether Trump canceled his tariff threat, LeBlanc says the president-elect hasn't imposed them yet and he's not president. We talked about how the Canadian economy and the American economy depend on each other, the minister said, and we talked about how difficult the imposition of tariffs would be on many American consumers and why it's in our interest to work together on shared security concerns. So here's the, let's see, another person who was joining them for the dinner. So this is like one of the main official pictures that were going out about this dinner. You can see here is Justin Trudeau and there's Donald Trump, and what the fuck is going on there? At first when I saw this, I thought it was photoshopped. I did. But if we go here, this will be a bit bigger. That's real. That kid there totally bombed that photo. This official photo going around. Like, whoever took this picture, really, you could have done a double take. And someone could have told that kid to, maybe not do that. But now it's in like all these big official photos. All these government officials just tweeting this out without, looking in the background. That, and you have this person here who seems to be phasing out of reality. Federal provincial leaders react to meeting. In a social media post on Saturday morning, Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet said in French that you can't fault the Prime Minister for meeting Trump. Yeah, I don't. And of course, all of the conservative premiers that were so happy Donald Trump got in are now like, why are you eating my face? Because here's the thing. Donald Trump doesn't care about any of the conservative leaders here in Canada. He doesn't. He doesn't. He might think it's cute that they kiss up to him and stuff, but he doesn't care about them. Let's see. I don't think we need to go over all of that. Here. There was something else I wanted to cover. Okay. Yeah. So this is where he was hand feeding or teaching. A teachable moment for Donald Trump. So this is Justin Trudeau saying, our responsibility is to point out that in this way, he would actually not just be harming Canadians who work so well with the United States. He'd actually be raising prices for American citizens as well and hurting American industry and businesses. Trudeau spoke with Trump by phone on Monday evening after the president-elect made his tariff threat. The prime minister said Tuesday morning that the two had a good conversation. We obviously talked about how the intense and effective connections between our two countries flow back and forth. We talked about some of the challenges we can work on together, he told reporters. Yeah. Not going to go over the rest of that, but people can always just read the article if you want to see all the different nuanced takes. And let's see. But you know, it's not just Trudeau that's trying to build bridges between our two nations. Nope. Again, we have conservative premiers here in Canada, one of them being Doug Ford here in Ontario. And again, super happy Donald Trump got into power. But now we're kind of like, this numbness I feel in my face is the leopard chewing. So, you know, Doug Ford, who I constantly now kind of get the names mixed up when I'm talking about both of them, Donald Trump and Doug Ford. He's feeling it. And recently he spent like $100 million on Starlink. He's planning on spending like $100 billion on a highway under a highway. All of this money that he's just wasting, $1 billion to get liquor into stores a year earlier than previously planned. You know, moving the Ontario Science Centre to a mall. We'll touch on that as well. All of this stuff. And now that Doug Ford is feeling this pressure from, you know, what would happen to Ontario should these tariffs go through and the trade relations we have with, you know, the United States, because we're like the number 5th trading partner, Ontario alone, with the United States or something like that. Well, he decided to spend tens of millions of dollars to put an ad on American TV programs. From Global News, trusted partner to your north, Ontario set to roll out major U.S. commercial. With Donald Trump's threat of tariffs on all Canadian goods hanging over, the Ford government is spending tens of millions of dollars on a nude advertising campaign in the United States to promote Ontario's role as a key trading partner. Yes, that's the best way to communicate with the future American president is by running ads on Fox News. Spending tens of millions of taxpayer money to roll them ads in hopes that Donald Trump will pay attention to him. A new commercial targeting Americans is set to launch Monday across the U.S. with plans to reach more than 100 million viewers through staples like Monday Night Football, Fox News, and CNN. In the States, the 100 million viewers who are going to see this commercial and even more on Monday Night Football, you are really going to understand that it's Ontario, it's Canada, who is a really valued trading partner. Minister of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, Vic Fidelity, said in an interview on Focus Ontario. It's really important just to remind them subtly. Of course, subtly remind them through advertisements on their news programs and football. You put the ad through the football. We're a trusted partner to your north, and we've always been there for you, and we'll be there for you tomorrow. Previewing the commercial earlier this week, Premier Ford said the new advertising campaign is meant to send a stronger together message to an all-American jurisdictions, highlighting Canada's involvement in the mission in Afghanistan between 2011 and 2014, supporting American troops in the aftermath of September 11th terrorist attacks in New York City. It's like, look, leopards, you shouldn't be eating my face. Like, look at all these nice things we did for you. You shouldn't be... Like, There's other people out there you could be eating the faces of. You know, I sent cookies. I was nice. You shouldn't be eating our face. Yes, we like you and all, but really, our face? Come on. Look at all these nice things we've done for you. Every conflict we've had, we stand shoulder to shoulder, putting Canada's soldiers' lives at risk, Ford said, because that's what you do when a family member is in a fight around the world. You stand beside them, you support them. Doug has referred to the United States before as being family. 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 Yeah. When that's what you do, family members in a fight around the world, you stand beside them, you support them. It's hard for me to read anything like this and not think about what's happening in Gaza. I'm just saying. And how they're standing beside Israel. It really does. It's constantly there in the back of your head all the time. What's happening over there, the atrocities and stuff. And just how friendly this country is to all that sort of, horrific events. But that's what families do together. They commit genocide. The commercial, which was exclusively first played on Focus Ontario, will roll out in Washington, D.C. in December. Then between January and March, it will target key states, including along the northern border, where jobs are especially reliant on the Ontario-U.S. relationship. I was going to show the ad, but there's a lot of music in the background, and I don't know if it's going to hit me up for, copyright issues and stuff. And it's also very bland. It's not that interesting, and I'm sure other people will break it down far more. I think it's important that you be the eyes of the president-elect. You be in the eyes of the president-elect, whether it's Fox or, quite frankly, CNN, to make sure we cover both sides of the aisle. You ain't covering both sides of the aisle with Fox and CNN these days. Asked if Premier Ford would appear on Fox News, the trade minister said, "We're not going to exclude anything." The future of U.S.-Canada trade under a Trump presidency has dominated the political dialogue in Ontario in recent weeks, particularly since the president-elect announced he would slap a 25% tariff on... Okay, we know that. Yeah, don't need to go over the rest of that. Really ridiculous. Chomp, 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 says the leopard. Go ahead and check the sandbox, then we'll get on to the next little story. Updates. Welcome everyone who has jumped into the sandbox. Nice to see you on this cold December day. It is December now. November just kind of flew by. I don't mind. November is typically a really bad month for me, and this year was no exclusion. I am masking. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot. I'm sure many, 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 many people in Trump's orbit have probably told him tariffs don't work the way he thinks they do, but he still doesn't get it. It might take, a certain way of talking to him. I don't know. Hopefully someday, hopefully he'll sink in if enough people say it to him nicely in a non-confrontational manner, non-threatening manner. Howard Wilson, not sure I've seen you in the sandbox before, so welcome. Saying pretty soon Trump will hold the G7 at Applebee's. You still have Applebee's in the United States? I don't know. Do we still have Applebee's in Canada? I used to like going there. They had yummy ribs. But I haven't seen an Applebee's in a long time. Grand Theft Autobot, and also Ford was more insulted over the fact that he believed Canada was being compared to Mexico. Right, I had that somewhere. Now that you mention it. Darn it, where was it? Again, I have like so many things up. I think I might have snipped it out or something. But yeah, that was the thing where Doug Ford was like, how dare you compare us to Mexicans and their illegal drug wars and gangs and stuff of that sort. You know, we're not like that. No, not up here in Canada. How dare you do that? That was the thing, and I had something on it, but darn it. Like I said, I have so many tabs open all the time, and I try to condense the stories as much as I can. Oh, I do remember reading that. I do remember reading that, and it's just disgusting. But it's just like Donald Trump is just the worst premier of Ontario. But it's like, no, Doug Ford, Doug Trump, Donald Ford. Ah. Shemagli, the fentanyl crisis is caused by illegal immigration? Yeah, of course. Mistman, the US is the one with the addiction problem creating the drug demand. Do something about that. Hint, happy people don't crave hard drugs. Sean Baum was saying that in her message to the president, that, you know, they're losing lives in the drug war caused by satisfying the demand in the United States, and that maybe you should deal with that. The Wild West. Not sure I've seen you in the Sandbox before, so welcome. Let's just build a wall and make America pay for it. Yeah, I don't think, you know, I think there'd be a lot of Canadians be like, what, you just need 20 bucks from everyone? Here's mine. Here, I'll pay for my neighbors as well. Let's build the wall. Well, up here in Canada, it'd be like what, the snow wall like you have in the Game of Thrones? So we'd be like what, zombies and stuff up here or something? That'd be kind of weird. Anyway, yeah. Oh, I'm in a weird mood. Let's see. I ridden since 94. Probably not saying that right. Yes, really, the US is self-deleting their economy. They can't just transition to producing everything within their country in a few months. Whether it's good, bad, globalization is entrenched. I would like to see more goods made over that we use over here. One of the big things that I remember is things like vaccines or drugs. And when I mean drugs, I mean pharmaceutical drugs like insulin used to be made in Canada, and it was discovered by a Canadian, and then it got shipped out other places. So when, you know, COVID was at its peak and there was a demand for vaccines and stuff, we didn't have the facilities needed to actually manufacture that. And when it comes to something like that, it'd be nice to be able to do that in-house so you could get it out faster. Or just, you know, helping the local economies here in our countries by having local manufacturing jobs, goods that we buy from, made from other Canadians, things of that sort. It's, yeah, I would like to see more of that, more good jobs here in this country, but, you know, capitalism, baby. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't yawn while I'm on screen. One of these days I'm accidentally going, well, not accidentally, I'm going to like sneeze while I'm on screen, and then everyone's going to freak out. I'll blow my mic out, that's for sure. And it's been a curse my entire life because I don't just sneeze. I sneeze in multiples every time. And the last sneeze usually just sounds like, my nose plate just falls off because it's like achoo, achoo, achoo. And they're loud. And like I said, it's multiple. And whenever I sneeze and there's people around, they will always question me about it because, they have to acknowledge I made a noise, even though it's still obviously a sneeze. But they'll be like, are you all right? Is that okay? Was that a sneeze? Well, of course it was a sneeze. And it's one of those neurotypical things I don't understand of why people feel it necessary to acknowledge every bodily noise they hear around them and to almost be upset if you don't acknowledge theirs. Like, I made a sound. Why aren't you acknowledging I made a sound? And that goes for like burps and farts and coughing and like all this sort of weird stuff. Like if people make sounds, others have to acknowledge it for some reason. And it's always been the case that when I sneeze, so many people around me are like, what was that? Are you okay? And it's just, it's bothersome. It's tedious to constantly have to say it. But there's going to be a day, I don't know when, but there will be a day I sneeze on camera and I will need a new mic. Wow, I just really lost track of what I was saying. Okay. It jumped. Where was I? Mozart, the best Trump picture will always be him in front of the White House dining area that is filled with fast food burgers. So Life America reopened after COVID because of Applebee's. Shemagli, I've ate at Applebee's plenty of times. The food is fine. I think they got a Caesar salad once that was more dressing than lettuce, but otherwise it's very mid. So you mean you got a Caesar soup? People do love their Applebee's experience. Noisy and too bright. Yeah. No, there was one around here, and I do remember I liked the ribs, and their fries were okay, but it wasn't. You don't take somebody there to impress them. You go there if you just want to have a casual hangout with a friend. Gunstroke the Cybertonian beats me. I've never went there, and I prefer to support local small businesses and family-owned eating places compared to corporate food joints. Whenever I'm traveling, that's exactly what I want to do, is go to places that I can't find around here that are like family-owned businesses and stuff. And, there are some nice coffee shops around here and stuff that I like going to, independent restaurants. Well, there's not that many independent restaurants around here. But there are some coffee shops that aren't Tim Hortons or Starbucks that I like to go to. But whenever I'm traveling, I want to go to cafes that I don't get to around here. I want to go to restaurants I can't get to around here. It's part of like exploring the areas. And you never know, you might find something that's like really amazing. And I have found things that are like really amazing. You go into some touristy areas in Ontario and you definitely find independently run places that are quite impressive. Now everyone's talking about food. I'm like, I need to eat dinner soon. This is going to be a long live stream. Iridance 94. I'm not against lessening our reliance on globalization, but it needs to be done intelligently, and shit is going to cost a lot more if you need to pay people a fair wage to make it so two-sided. It is very much a multi-layered thing. You can't just snap your fingers. Like, this is the thing that gets me about the housing crisis and stuff. Like, people are like, oh, but we've tried this supportive thing and it doesn't work. You can't just do this one supportive thing. You have to attack it from multiple angles at the same time. And so, yes, I would like more goods and stuff made here. It would be more expensive. But what would help with that is if housing was affordable, if all of our healthcare and medication and everything was universally covered, if we had a guaranteed livable income, things like that would better help the economy, because then you could afford to pay a little bit more for locally made goods. And so it is a multifaceted thing that needs to be dealt with. You can't just say, okay, fine, we'll make more factories here without actually making sure we have the economy, the people, the population that can afford to buy those goods. More people talking about food in restaurants. Luckily, I have leftovers, so I don't need to. Well, I cooked some sausages that I got not too long ago. And so I'm going to make some mac and cheese and mix them together. That's my plan for dinner tonight. So it won't take long. Anyway, why don't we move back on to the news? Where was it? And just let me get a sense as to the narrative that I wanted to do with this. Yeah, got that. I'll need to have my earplugs in. I'm going to show video. Woot. Got that. Okay. I know what I'm doing. In my last live stream, talked about this thing that the Liberal government, with the support of the NDP, is going to be putting through, and it's a two-parter. So one is a GST holiday. So for 2 months, there'll be no GST on select goods. Essentials, they're calling it, which has its pros and cons. Do I mind a GST holiday? No, it will help some people. I'm fine with it. I'm not against the idea of it. What I want, though, is money to go into services. So if you're going to have a GST holiday, where are you making up that money? By taxing the ultra rich. That's what I would like. And then you could just permanently get rid of the GST on all things if you tax the ultra rich. That's what I would like to see. But that's not what's going to happen. So some of the downfalls is it's just a temporary fix. Like, it's not going to solve any problems. Nobody's lives will get better. People who are struggling to pay rent will still struggle to pay rent. This doesn't improve the quality of lives for anyone. It just makes things a teeny tiny easier for a lot of people for a couple months. And it is being rolled out in a way that is confusing to retailers and stuff of that sort. And the media will probably focus on too much, like, oh, this is such a bad thing. Why are you doing this? Especially if they're like conservative leaning media. But I do understand, since I've worked in retail, I do know a bit about this. You're going to have to, at the point of sales, the till, deduct the percentage of the GST every time you ring through a specific item that falls under this. And those items, you're going to have a big list, because it's like, well, if it's a kid's clothes over this size, no. If it's under this size, yes. If it's a shoe size this big, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, depending on which item it is. Like, it's very all over the place as to what qualifies and what doesn't. And especially around Christmas, when you're being worked ragged in retail and you have a lineup of people trying to remember every single item that needs to be discounted and manually have to do it, can be difficult. And if you don't remember, I guarantee you the customer, they'll know. And they will get really mad if you accidentally don't deduct that GST on the one of their 10 items that it applies towards. So it will be a bit of a nightmare, especially over Christmas season when things are a lot more busy. Again, I don't mind it. I don't mind people getting a little bit of a break. I wish it was more, you know. But I just, you know how I've said plenty of times on this channel how I hate how the right-wing talking points come up here. Could we please get all of the Biden advisors out of this country as well? Like just their influence, like all the Biden Harris advisors on what they were talking about, their terminology. Can we get rid of that too? I want cross-border solidarity, but not in that way. Not like that. Mm-mm. And I say that because we have wealthy politicians here in Canada. All of them are part of the 1%. And the way that they try to dress it up to make it seem more cute, more of a fad, more like, ooh, look at us, we're being so modern. We're just, this was, I don't know why we didn't think of this earlier. Chrystia Freeland, she is the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance here in Canada. Freeland says the 2-month GST holiday is meant to tackle the vibe session. We're going to get rid of the vibe session. Yeah, it's meant to tackle the vibes people are feeling that we're going through. It's just, you know, the economy doing great, inflation not bad. It's just people, the vibes are off. That's all. People need to understand that, you know, it's just their perception of things. But again, as I've explained plenty of times, for the people living with less, it is real. You know, inflation is out of control for us. The cost of living is out of control for us. It's the people who are already at the top where the economy is doing well. It's doing well for them. For the bottom 60%, it is not doing better. So on a whole, on an average, yes, the economy is doing better. But for the majority of people, that's not the case. You know, it's the whole, if you put me in a room with a billionaire, our average income type thing. And so if you look at the economy as a whole, it's great. But if you look at individuals in the medium and where it affects people, the majority of people are not benefiting from this economy. So here you have people in the 1% saying, it's just vibes. We're tackling the vibe session. Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland says the federal government is hoping a temporary break in GST will address a vibe session that has gripped Canadians. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced Thursday that starting December 14th, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we don't need to get into that. And it's a very short article. It's just, again, Freeland says there's a disconnect between recent good news on inflation and interest rates and how Canadians are feeling about the economy. Something she says is being referred to as a vibe session. It's all in your head, children. What you're feeling at the checkout, that's in your head. It's just vibes. That's all it is. It's just in your head. Just go back to sleep. It's in your fucking head. Anyway, these were voted on, and they did get through with the support of the NDP. So that's the 2-month GST break and the $250 that will be going out to people, which I'll touch on in a moment again. But as expected, Conservatives and Bloc Québécois voted against the bill. You know, the whole Axe the Tax party, the Conservatives. How dare you axe the tax, Justin Trudeau? You know, I think this could actually be like a brilliant move, like a 3D chess move from Justin Trudeau to do this 2-month temporary tax relief on some items, just to show all of Poilievre's Bays that he's full of shit. Because here he's doing exactly what the Conservatives want to do, but Pierre has to come out and be like, no, I disagree with this for reasons. Because it just goes to show how nothing ever gets done in this country, because it's not about working together to benefit the Canadian people. It's all about not allowing the other side to win. The House of Commons has passed legislation that will remove a federal tax sale for 2 months from a range of items, including children toys, books, restaurants, meals, and takeout, as well as beer and wine. As expected, the NDP helped the minority Liberals push the exemption through Thursday night. The Conservatives voted against the bill, calling the measure a temporary 2-month tax trick. Yeah, there's some more of that fancy language there, as did the Bloc Québécois. The bill, which the Liberals and NDP agreed to fast-track through the usual procedural steps, now goes to the Senate. Once passed, the legislation will provide a GST rebate beginning December 14th. The tax vacation will remain in effect until February 15, 2025. The Liberals originally pitched the tax holiday along with a plan to send $250 checks to the 18.7 million people in Canada who worked. If you're on disability, if you're a senior, fuck you. You had to have worked in order to receive the $250 check and earn blah, blah, blah. The NDP threatened to withhold its support for the entire package if the government didn't split the promise into 2 pieces of legislation. The Liberals did not include the check measure in the bill, and the House of Commons passed Thursday night. It is unclear when they might present that legislation. The NDP, I think, is trying to apply pressure to actually expand it to people, with disabilities and stuff, and that it would go out, the $250 would actually go out to everyone as opposed to just the people Justin likes. NDP leader Jagmeet Singh said in a media statement on Wednesday that his party will support the check measure later if the Liberals expand it to include more Canadians, including seniors, people with disabilities, and injured workers. The Liberal government introduced the bill on Wednesday. Okay, yeah, we don't need to go over the rest of this. Just that they voted on it. It's most likely the tax holiday is most likely going to go through. And Jagmeet Singh, bragging about it. If you're reading this in the morning, it's 11:24 p.m. and we just secured a GST tax break. For 2 months, there will be no GST, HST on kids' clothes, diapers, more foods, and other essentials. Conservatives tried to block it. We defeated them. For the record, an NDP government would make this a permanent tax cut and include monthly bills like home heating and your cell phone bill. So it's nice that the NDP wants to expand this. Never going to happen with the Liberals. Let's get my headphones ready. But here we have Pierre Poilievre whining about it already. And I have a couple clips of him whining about it because he's like, I want to axe the tax, but not like that. No, not like that. No. Oh, damn it. You're actually doing something to benefit the people. Crap. All he is, that's his slogan, axe the tax, axe the tax. And now Justin Trudeau did exactly that. And Pierre's like, how dare you?
Common sense Conservatives will vote against this irresponsible, inflationist, temporary 2-month tax trick, and instead push our plan to axe the carbon tax and axe the sales tax on new homes for everyone, for good.
This wasn't the first time this idea of a tax holiday came up. There's also this from PEI Political Discussion, tweeted this out as the Conservatives attack Trudeau over the tax holiday tax break. Remember this, Erin O'Toole, who used to be the leader of the Conservative Party here in Canada, will remove GST for the month of December on purchases from retail stores to provide immediate relief for cost of living.
It's getting harder to make ends meet in Canada, and will only get harder as we approach the holiday season. Canada's Conservatives have a plan to help Canadian families and small businesses. We will implement a month-long GST holiday this December. All purchases at retail stores will be tax-free for a month.
Granted, that is actually a lot more easy to implement for the reasons I suggested earlier. Just, a lot easier for the store staff to be able to do that. A lot of the tills can even be programmed to automatically do it and stuff of that sort. So that, like all purchases at retail stores, a lot easier. But then what qualifies as a retail store?
It's time to give families a break and help small businesses recover. Canada's Conservatives are the only party with a detailed plan to lower prices. Together, we will secure the future.
So you see, back then, the Conservatives weren't whining that this is going to be detrimental to inflation or issues and stuff of that sort. Back then, it was like, oh no, good thing. This is a good thing to do something very similar to what Justin Trudeau is doing. And this is just more from Pierre Poilievre whining about it.
I thought you liked the idea of cutting taxes.
This isn't, that's why I'm opposed to this. This isn't a tax cut.
No, it literally is a tax cut.
This is an inflationary 2-month temporary tax trick that will drive up the cost of living. Even today.
So it's just a temporary tax trick that will drive up the cost of living. But when Aaron O'Toole was talking about it, that was not the case at all.
The food professor was out saying this measure will make food even more temporary tax trick that will drive up the cost of living. Even today, the food professor was out saying this measure will make food even more expensive.
The leader of the Conservative Party is referencing the food professor. For those of you who don't know who he is, be thankful, and I'm sorry, I'm about to show you who he is. This douche canoe is the food professor, and he is a paid for shill. He is a grifter. He uses his credentials to, get some sort of credibility, but every single time he opens his mouth, it's for corporations, for the benefit of corporations. If it's anything like lowering prices for people at grocery stores, he's against it. If it doesn't profit grocery stores, he is against it. He is completely bought and paid for and will say anything that will benefit the corporations, even though objectively it could be very good for people. Like, you can't lower prices for this reason. It will hurt business this way. How dare you do this? How dare you do that? On and on and on again. This guy is such a fake. And the fact that you have Pierre Poilievre now referencing him. Like here, make no mistake, for consumers, GST, HST holiday is likely worse in long term thanks to no action, blah, blah, blah. But basically saying, yeah, this tax holiday will just make things in the grocery store more expensive. And that's the other thing he'll always do, is just say, any sort of break that you give people will just make food more expensive. So if it doesn't benefit the corporations, it's bad. If it benefits people, well, it's just going to make food more expensive. So you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do anything to help the little plebs. Just absolutely ridiculous. I want to see if there's like a video out there that does like a deeper dive onto who this douchebag is. I'll have to look for it. If anybody knows of one, put it in the Sandbox and I'll review it, because I think it's important to know who the players in the field are.
That's what happens when government dumps a bunch of cash into the country without creating more of what cash buys. We need tax relief that actually encourages the economy to produce more of the stuff cash buys, grow more food, build more homes, and produce more energy.
He looks like he's being coached on how to audition for a high school play. Make sure you do this at the proper beat. Add emotion, something he actually struggles with. His voice, it's very monotone. Like, he lacks emotional expression whenever he's talking. It's quite, once you've noticed it, it's hard to not notice it. But it's always at the same tone, same level of emotion. Even when he's trying to emphasize that he's mad at something or whatnot, then that's when he'll just do these mindless arm flailing things.
Right. If you got an economy with 10 loaves of bread and $10, it's $1 a loaf. If you double the number of dollars to 20, but you still only have 10 loaves of bread, you're not twice as rich. It just means that each loaf of bread costs twice as much. You got to produce more grains and bake more bread rather than creating more cash. And that's what my tax cuts are not just about lowering costs. They're about sparking more production. By axing the carbon tax, our businesses can hire more workers and produce more goods. By axing the sales tax, we're going to get 30,000 extra homes per year every year. By getting rid of the energy cap, we're going to produce more affordable energy. So instead of creating cash, we're going to create more of what cash buys, and our purchasing power will go further.
Nope. He's just a douchebag full of lies. And here is how Lydia Hasan, she is an MP with the NDP, how she talked about this. And again, there's some NDP MPs who are amazing, and I wish they would take over the party, and she's one of them.
Honest here. The Conservatives might argue they're being more honest here because they call this a temporary tax trick and say they're voting against it. You guys call it a liberal half measure and you say you're voting for it. So can you explain why a half measure is good enough for you?
Any progress is good. Yes, the NDP is fighting for more, but you know, you take what you can get sometimes, and if a half measure is all you can get, then you take it. You know, they don't have the power to negotiate and bargain and pressure the government. Like they do, but with Jugmeat as the leader, they don't. So if you can still vote for a half measure, like, you know, the dental care for seniors and stuff that we now have in Canada doesn't go nearly far enough, but it has greatly benefited a lot of people. The $250 check that they're planning to go out, it will benefit a lot of people. That's fine. But part of the group of people that were left out about it, just that infuriates me because of the trend and all that sort of stuff. But I'm glad it's going to help some people. It is politics.
Look, the NDP will continue to fight, as we've indicated, for a permanent GST elimination on essential items. That doesn't change. But the NDP is not going to vote against providing people with assistance right now during an affordability crisis. And I can tell you this, Pierre Poilievre talks about a tax trick. I'll tell you what his tax trick is. His tax trick is being a bootlicker for billionaires, refusing to go after big corporation and people, gouging people for profit, families like Galen Weston. It's time to...
And the food professor is a lapdog for Galen Weston.
Call him out for what he is, and he's a bootlicker for billionaires.
Pierre Poilievre, billionaire bootlicker. Now I have one short video here, like it's a YouTube short, about the $250 check. It just kind of made me see red. For the reasons that I've hinted on and that I talked about in more detail in my last live stream. The absolute callousness and disregard Justin Trudeau has for people who can't work is so blatant in this little clip. Because I see it on Twitter a lot, somebody being like, you know, somebody who is a Trudeau Stan, whatever you call them, being like, oh yeah, I put out there all the time, like, why don't you like Justin Trudeau? And I never get any real answers and blah, blah, blah. They would never listen to what I have to say, but I despise him because he is fine with people living with disabilities, withering away and dying, just going away, just suffering, and doesn't want to give them help at all because they're not one of the good ones. You know, if you're a worker in Canada, then you're deserving. If you're not a worker in Canada, then you don't deserve a good quality of life.
We're going to continue to work on being there for seniors as we have, as we will continue to. We're looking at different ways of helping all sorts of different people. But seeing hardworking Canadians who get up, go to work every day, and make our economy and our communities successful, and recognizing them specifically that might not be benefiting from other programs, and showing that we see them.
They are benefiting from an income. You know, hardworking people are benefiting from an income. See, again, people with disability, we're not here because we want to be here. We're here because we can't work. And so a lot of the programs that benefit us are in place so we literally don't starve on the streets, even though a lot of those benefits are going away. So yes, we have drug coverage and stuff depending on which programs you're on. And if you're working, generally speaking, you get benefits that cover those things as well. But more so, you get an income that, you know, is possibly not 40 to 60% below the poverty line. But as far as Justin Trudeau is concerned, if you're working, then you're deserving. You're deserving of this little break. You're deserving of a little extra. If you're not working, you don't deserve shit.
That's what this is all about. So to see the NDP, which was supposedly the party of workers, turn its back on hardworking Canadians
and this is really gross of him right here, just to suggest that the NDP is turning their back on workers because the NDP wants to expand this check to people who are on disability, to seniors, to people who maybe just lost their job. All of that. That somehow because they want to include everyone, they're turning their back on workers? No, Justin, you've turned your back on everyone who isn't a worker. That's how it works. It's not the other way around. Giving people who work a check and people who don't work a check. That's not turning your back on anyone. But purposely excluding people who are on disability, who are on CPP, that's turning your back on them. And that is his trend. That is what he always does. And this is why I despise him. Because he never supports people with disabilities. And every time you hear him mention us, it's like, oh, well, we have these programs we want to put in place to help them get back into the workforce. That's all he fucking cares about, are the people with disabilities that can possibly work. And if you can't, then you don't deserve shit. Like I said, there are very legit reasons to not like him. This is one of them.
say no, we shouldn't be delivering this check unless we expand it massively, is not recognizing. Turn its back on hardworking Canadians and say no, we shouldn't be delivering this check unless we expand it massively, is not recognizing working Canadians for the challenges they're facing.
Yeah. If you want to expand this, then you're not recognizing workers for the challenges they're facing. I'm sorry, how is that? They're still getting the check. If you expand it, they're still getting the fucking check. So because they're not specifically getting this check only for them, is somehow not recognizing the hardships that they're going through? What about the hardships that people living on disability are going through right now, where this government, this fucking Liberal government has made medical assisting and dying more accessible to people living with disabilities than a decent quality of life. Okay, so how is it disrespectful to workers that you actually include other people in this check? So fucking arrogant of this guy.
On hardworking Canadians and say, no, we shouldn't be delivering this check unless we expand it massively, is not recognizing working Canadians for the challenges they're facing.
Yeah, you're not recognizing people for their humanity. It is just... It's so infuriating when you have legitimate criticism of this government that always gets undermined because people are like, oh, well, you just don't like Trudeau because, or something of that sort. No, there are very legitimate criticisms going on. And a lot of people don't see him in this light. They see him, oh, he took his daughter to the Taylor Swift concert. Isn't that nice? He's a good dad, and I'm sure he's a good dad. And if his daughter develops a disability, she'll be well taken care of, I'm sure. But for everyone else out there who lives with disabilities, he regularly sends them a big fuck you. We don't want you. You're not deserving of what this country has to offer. Absolutely horrible. Like, you know, if you want to respect workers, make sure all workers get a livable wage. You know, make sure wages actually keep up with inflation. If you want to help workers, why don't you do something like making sure all medication is covered under our universal program so that they don't have to rely on workplaces? Like, again, just the idea that by expanding this to everyone, you're not recognizing workers for what they do. Such bullshit. Utter bullshit. Oh. Just trying to see what else I have to go over. And I'll check the Sandbox. Got this. It's pretty bad when I'm looking at a docket and be like, did I actually go over this already? No, I haven't. Okay, so I gotta go over that. And then that one. And then we're talking gossip. Sorry, just checking my docket. Taking a little bit of a beep between this and the next stories. Okay. Let's check the Sandbox. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot, no matter how full of shit we show Polyev and his ilk to be, they sadly still won't see it. I think for a large part of it, they just don't care. They don't see it, they don't care. And they don't care to see it. Iridescence 94, I'd rather see them actually fight price gouging than give people a check for 1 month that barely covers groceries. But I guess it's better than nothing. Yeah, it has no long-term solutions. The GST holiday, the check to some people, that doesn't improve anyone's quality of life for longer than when that's spent. And yeah, $250, even for someone like me who lives alone with cats, that's a couple grocery trips, like grocery store trips. Especially it's like, well, I need paper towels and I need Kleenex and I need all these other things and then the cat litter and yeah, that's 2 grocery trips for me. The Wild West. Who is the food professor? Yes, the food professor. I showed you guys a little bit about him. I need to see if there's a video out there that has a more deeper dive into who that douche canoe is, because if you're anytime something about Galen Weston gets put into the news or food related issues, grocery store related issues, the news, the mainstream media just fawns all over him and goes to him for comment. But he is such a paid shill. It is ridiculous. And he is just corporate owned. The Wild West, does he work for Loblaws? Pretty much. Not officially on paper, I don't think. But I think lobbyists and things of that sort. But yeah, he might as well. Ira Dustin's 94. I like this MP, have not seen her before. Check out her social media. She posts a lot of videos. She's great. She's also pushed for universal basic income. She calls out what's happening in Gaza. She calls it a genocide and stuff. There are a few NDP MPs that if they could just take over the party, we'd be in a much better position. Nikki Ashton is another one that you will want to follow. Matthew Green, they're fantastic NDP MPs that are often very outspoken and say a lot of things that need to be said. Shamagley, the NDP won a Canadian UBI program. How are they this unpopular still? Because there's just a couple members within. Actually, I posted a video clip of Leah Gazan talking about her push for a universal basic income recently. I believe it's on my YouTube page. If you go to the video clips, you should be able to see it. Let me just see quickly. Because I cover her and Nikki Ashton a fair bit. Videos. There we go. Yeah. So if you go back to 1 month ago, Libs and Com vote no to UBI, and this was a bill that Leah Gazan there pushed through. Libs and Com vote against NDP bill for UBI. So you can go back and watch that if you want to learn a little bit more about who Leah Gazan is. The Wild West ODSP is like the same as it was 20 years ago with no adjustment for inflation, as far as I know. There's been minor adjustments for inflation, but not regularly, and there's been plenty of years with none. And even the adjustments for inflation doesn't come close to actually covering inflation. the Wild West. My mom was on ODSP like 25 years ago and it was $1,000 a month. Yeah, it has not gone up much since. Okay, a little bit more follow-up news, and then I'll get into some new news. And then we'll get into, I'm going to touch on, I'm calling it drama, but I don't quite consider it drama, what's happening at TYT, because it is, to me, a little bit more substantive. Like, it actually has impacts, and it's not just name calling or anything of that sort. And we'll get into it, because Cenk was on Hasan's show, his nephew's show, and yeah, Cenk is really just, I don't know what it is about him, but he is just completely, like, that midlife crisis of his has hit him hard. He needs to go out and buy a convertible already. Just buy the fucking convertible, Cenk. So I cover a lot of news about Doug Ford. Of course I do. I live in Ontario, and a lot of his policies has a direct impact on me. And it's just, again, it's so frustrating. The things he does, the little workarounds, the money he spends, how he spends it. But then there's more that the public often doesn't hear about that makes how much of a monster he is so much more visible. So we have Doug Ford tweeting out, they'll try to find any way to keep drug sites near schools and daycares. And he's quote tweeting a Globe and Mail piece saying, Ontario's bill on supervised drug use sites may breach charter rights, legal experts say. It's not, like, who's they, for one thing? Try to find any way to keep drug sites near schools and daycares. No, that's like, again, who's they? And this is about respecting people's charter rights. Like, if you're breaching it, it's not people just looking for some random way to open up a supervised consumption site right next to an elementary school. That's not how it is. Not to mention, him and his brother used to be involved with the drug trade. Not to mention, Doug Ford has also made alcohol now accessible across the street from any high school in convenience stores. So he's very picky and choosy over which ones he likes and which ones he doesn't. And just somebody pointing out, David pointing out, you mean respect constitutional rights, right? Yeah. What a clown. Yes. And the thing is that he's so wanting to fast track this too. So here's Zoe Dodd just pointing out, after a bill is introduced, normally a hearing goes from a second hearing to a committee. This bill today means that they'll skip to the third without a public hearing. With the bike lanes, they kept public hearings to a day, but for safe consumption sites, they're scrapping the public hearing altogether. So Doug Ford is so desperate to get rid of these supervised consumption sites. He's fast tracking it. So not healthcare issues, not helping people find a family doctor, not, making wait times in emergency rooms less, not making housing affordable. He's not doing anything to fast track help for that. But he wants to fast track shutting down supervised consumption sites, something that literally saves lives. And Diana Chan McNally, who I've featured on my channel plenty of times before, she's quite an outspoken advocate, says Bill 223 will kill people. Doug Ford knows this and knows they will be slapped with the Charter's challenge on violating the rights to life. Nevertheless, they're expediting the closure of safe consumption sites before the House rises on December 12th. The bill could be passed this week. So, wants to fast track this. But it's not just that. So he's very he's disregarding the lives that will be lost with the shutdown of these supervised consumption sites. But then there's also the bike lane issue. So Laura Babcock is just and she's believer. Yeah, she does her own podcast, The O Show, Current Affairs. Talks a lot about politics and stuff of that sort. She says, "What fresh hell is this? Rip out bike lanes at a huge cost to taxpayers to signal you're winning a fake war on the car. Make Ontario's streets dangerous for all people who use bike lanes. Then outlaw being held accountable for dangerous roads." So here he was whining that he might breach people's Charter of Rights, but here he is saying that he wants to, so Ford government to ban lawsuits against province if cyclists are hurt or killed on the streets where bike lanes were removed. It's not the first time he's done something like this, because back when COVID first hit the long-term care homes and lots of people died who didn't need to die, he passed legislation to make it so you couldn't sue the owners of those homes for any harm done during COVID. That was eventually, I believe, overturned. But here he is again, just saying, nope, you can't sue us. So we're going to make this far more dangerous for you. Potentially, people are going to die because these safe places to cycle will no longer be there, and cars will have to compete with bikes in the traffic of Toronto. But if anything happens after we've spent millions of dollars removing bike lanes that cost millions of dollars to put in, well, you're not allowed to then get mad at us if anything bad happens. And we're going to push through legislation to make sure you can't hold us accountable for it. Absolutely disgusting human being. And this gets far less media attention. This type of maneuvering he does gets far less media attention than, when he puts beer in alcohol in convenience stores and all these other things. His battle with Donald Trump right now over the tariffs and whatnot. The real world harm he's inflicting on people never gets stated enough in the media. The amount of social murder Doug Ford is responsible for is off the charts. But he's never held accountable for it. So here is Chris Glover. He's an NDP MP. Sorry, it's just his name together looks like Chris G. Lover, NDP. He's a lover of the NDP. No, Chris Glover, NDP. And he's an MPP for Spadina Fork York and critic for democratic reform and technology. So Ford government passes Bill 212 with an amendment to strip Ontarians the right to take this government to court if anyone is injured or killed because of the removal of bike lanes. This is not just about bike lanes, it's an attack on our democratic rights.
We're at Queen's Park, and the government just passed an amendment to the bike lane bill to strip Ontarians of the right to take this government to court if anyone is injured or killed because of the removal of those bike lanes. So this is not just about bike lanes. This is about our democratic right to take the government to court when they commit certain actions. It's the same legislative tool that they used with Ontario Place. With the Ontario Place bill, this government stripped us of our right to take the government to court if any of their ministers or any government agents committed acts of misfeasance, which means that used their government power in making the Ontario Place deal. It's an attack on our democratic rights. This is not just about bike lanes. This is about our democratic rights, and we need to fight back.
And here is Doug Ford responding to a question about this. And again, you're going to see just how callous this asshole is. He's an asshole just full of calluses.
Morning, Premier. Lane Harrison, CBC News. Your government talks a lot about reducing gridlock so people can spend more time with their families, but 6 people in Toronto will never spend time with their families again because they were killed riding bikes this year. How do you explain the amendment that protects the province from lawsuits around injuries or deaths after you remove bike lanes to the families of those dead cyclists?
Well, again, my heart goes out to the families, and I'm so sorry that happens. It's just like I'm sorry when people get in car accidents and motorcycle accidents and so on and so forth. And, that's terrible. We want to.
I'm so sorry that, people might die as a consequence of some of the things that I'm doing, but, people die every day, so whatever.
To keep everyone safe. I want to keep everyone safe across the roads. But do you know who I want to keep safe too? When the firefighters jump in their trucks and they're trying to go down University and they're jammed behind traffic, they can't get there to save lives, or they're trying to go down Bloor Street and it's absolutely backed up from here to Timbuktu.
Bike lanes have nothing to do with that. There's traffic in Toronto that needs to be tackled. And do you know what would help with traffic congestion? Fewer cars on the road. It's not these bike lanes that are causing the issue. It's that Toronto is a traffic gridlock nightmare. And a lot more needs to be done to make that a drivable city. And the best way to make it a drivable city is by making it an accessible city by better transit and bike lanes.
Or Yonge Street, that doesn't make sense at all. That's who I want to save lives for. I want to save everyone's life. Don't get me wrong that, bike riders are important.
Again, the amount of social murder this asshole is responsible for. No, he doesn't give a damn about people's lives.
Go on the secondary roads that run parallel, a few feet away from the existing roads.
I'm sorry, but please tell me where in Toronto these secondary roads, a few feet away from roads are. Where are these secondary roads you speak of? I've lived in Toronto. When you get to the downtown congested area, there are no secondary roads. Unless you're talking about alleys, which you shouldn't be riding your bike down for hazardous reasons. But there aren't secondary roads in Toronto. They all get gridlocked. All of them.
Be careful out there. And we're going to get stuff going, moving. And that's what we're doing. Simple as that.
Simple as that. Yeah. So what? Doesn't even really respond to, the idea that people are going to die because of this and other things that he's constantly putting through. And it's just, he's making life so much worse for the people in this province. And it leads, so it's not just, the safe consumption sites, supervised consumption sites, the bike lanes issues. What is happening to our healthcare in this province should be setting alarm bells off on everyone. Like, there's no way he can remain premier of this province with what he is doing to healthcare, and the fact that so many people are affected by this, but they're so unplugged from politics they don't realize it's because of him. Again, people die as a result of these policies that he puts through. Or sometimes families are torn apart. So this is from Frank Dominic. Doug Ford, Ontario families are forced to give up custody of their children to CAS because instead of funding social services, the Conservatives force families to bring their kids to private for-profit clinics. Doug Ford promised way back in the day that he was going to do things to help with autistic kids. And so what he did was give a flat amount to people as opposed to a sliding scale based on needs. And so then where they had to go for these services, which was the private for-profit clinics, which meant more money would have to go there. And sometimes the specialized care needed wasn't affordable with the amount that Doug Ford was on and on and on, which leaves families to having to make heartbreaking decisions.
In Doug Ford's Ontario, overwhelmed families are surrendering custody of their children to the Children Aid Society, with an MPP recounting the story about how a mother in her riding had to give up guardianship of her 8-year-old high-needs daughter to CAS. And this is because the family couldn't get the support that they needed to properly and safely take care of their child. Before in Ontario, there used to be community-based children's agencies. Now what Doug Ford does is he gives parents funds to access private for-profit services. And obviously, this results in families losing tons of money and sometimes losing their children. But let's be honest with ourselves, Doug Ford doesn't care about disabled children. Doug Ford does not care about high needs children. Doug Ford is on the record stating that he doesn't want autistic kids living near him and he doesn't want a community home in his neighborhood. Doug Ford never has and never will care about you or your kids or your family. All he cares about is giving as much money as possible to the private sector and his billionaire buddies. Otherwise, why would he change the system that only ends up harming families and children? He doesn't care about you. In Doug
Yeah. But so many people, because he talks very folksy like and whatnot, somehow seem to think that they have his back, that he has their back, that he's just like one of them, even though he was born into wealth. He's a millionaire. He's been involved with politics as long as he's been involved with drugs. Like, it is just... But, you know, he's very good at selling himself as just a regular working class guy because of the folksy, cutesy way he talks. Like from here to Timbuktu type thing. Got a cat on my lap again. Abernathy, I'm still working. There. People are going to see you. Hi. Oh, look at the paws on him. Okay, down you go, sweetie. Ugh. You're interrupting my flow. Come on, down you go, sweetie. I'm working right now. You know, sometimes I think they just think this is a game. Okay. Down, down. Ah. No, stay down, sweetie. Go on. Okay. So back to what I was talking about. This is MPP for Don Valley East. Let's see, are you Liberal or NDP? Also an emergency physician, Dr. Adil Shamaji. I don't know how to say that. You know, it's pretty bad when you have to scroll down just to see, like, scroll down farther and farther just to try to figure out which party they're aligned with as opposed to just them having it in their bio. Unless I completely missed it. Yeah, so he's an MPP. I don't know if it's for the Liberals or the NDP. This should say, if it shows his name. It's in red, so there's a good chance he's Liberal. But he says, today we leaked a report from Ford Nation was hiding. 4.1 million people aren't signed up with a family doctor. 3 million more could lose theirs within 5 years. 205 municipalities don't have a single family doctor signing up patients. Doug Ford has failed us all.
These three statistics that I've shared are vitally important because they demonstrate that the scale of the problem that the Ford government needs to solve is much bigger than we thought. And this government has only made it worse. Everyone deserves their own doctor, and they deserve one close to home. These three statistics that I've...
Yeah, he's a liberal, Team Bonnie Crumby. If we go back, what did I have highlighted there? Oh, that was his booze map thing. So the thing is again, a lot of people don't necessarily see how bad it is to get family doctor, because if you're in a wealthy area, high population density area, finding a family doctor can be a bit easier. But much like the housing crisis, there's a large focus on people who are already unhoused. But there's also a whole bunch of people that are on the verge of losing their housing. So right now, we already have millions of people in this province without a family doctor, and we have millions more people that are on the verge of losing their family doctor. And when all of these systems collapse, if you thought things were bad in Ontario before, and I've talked about this with family doctors before, it's not just a matter of finding a family doctor, it's finding a family doctor you're compatible with, one that isn't queerphobic, isn't misogynist, or, one that you feel is friendly, like you like their personality type thing, because you have to say really intimate things to this person and you want to be comfortable with them. So it's what is happening to healthcare in this country, yet his priority, ripping up bike lanes. Spending millions to rip up bike lanes, spending millions to advertise Ontario to Americans. And then there was also this fiasco. Talked about it plenty of times on my channel. The Science Center was a landmark place to go to. High school kids or not high school, like school kids from 100 kilometers around or more would be taken there for field trips. And it was a fun place to go. It was a big center, lots of interesting things. And then Doug Ford just decided to close it down, making all those people lose their jobs so that he can move it to the new mega spa that's being built. Lots of shady deals and negotiations going on there. But his excuse was there were some roof panels on the Science Center that eventually needed to be replaced. So therefore the building is uninhabitable, better shut it down. And that was basically his excuse. So instead of actually fixing the Science Center and doing the proper renovations, the standard renovations needed, he's like, nope, we're just going to shut it down. And oh, right, that mega spa isn't built yet. So we need some place for this Science Center. It's now a mall attraction. So here's SF Hasan, just, pointing out conservatives, we have to fight for Canadian culture. Also conservatives, we shuttered a world-class Canadian cultural institution and replaced it with the equivalent of IKEA's play area while parents shop. And here's Kinga Surma. It was wonderful visiting the Ontario Science Centre satellite location at Sherway Gardens and seeing so many children enjoying the exhibits. Tower of Tomorrow and Circus. This pop-up features exciting family-friendly interactive activities guaranteed to inspire young minds. This is not that different than like a mall Santa Claus, being put in, or like those parking lot, little fairgrounds and whatnot. That's all this is. It's not the interactive Science Center of before, where you had like professionals that would be there that could help teach kids and answer questions and things of that sort. Nope. It's now just a pop-up in malls.
Hi everyone, it's Kinga Surma, Ontario's Minister of Infrastructure. Now that the Science Centre is closed, we made a commitment to bring Science Centre programming to you. There are 2 open exhibits, one at Harbourfront Centre and one at the Sherway. We're at Sherway today. Come follow me and let's check it out.
And then it's just music showing, wow, look at all that, you know, closed down a world-class science center for Lego statue and stuff. Oh, I'm sure they're learning a lot there. Mm-hmm. But still need to sell that merch. Am I right?
The Science Center. Come visit the Science Center at Sherway. The exhibits will be here until springtime, and I want to wish everyone a very happy holiday season.
She said holiday season. What about Christmas? And just somebody else saying, as an Ontario science educator, I find it tragic that our world-class science center has been reduced to a mall attraction. You should be ashamed of this. Maybe if it sold beer, your government would have found a way to save the Ontario Science Center. What this guy is doing to this province, to the people in this province, is unforgivable. Unforgivable. Oh, check the Sandbox. And then I have one more set of stories that are all kind of related that I wanted to go over. And then I'll do the TYT stuff. You know, saving that for the last, you know, saving that for me to just get all tired and rambly and hangry. I'm hungry. So I'll get all hangry with it. Let's see. The Wild West. I think everyone deserves food and shelter. Am I a communist? LOL. Maybe. Let's see. Howard Wilson. Not sure I've seen you in the Sandbox before, so welcome. It's not drama because it's been the same crazy crap for like weeks now. I think you're talking about the TYT stuff I'm about to cover. Yeah, I just want to make the distinction between like drama and something with like actual substance, because I'm not keen on just covering drama. That's not what I'm interested in. You know, if somebody calls another person a name, I don't care. Slight disagreements, I don't care. Differences in styles, I don't care. I don't want to get into that sort of thing. But what TYT is doing is actually having like an impact on the media landscape and on people's lives. So, you know, I criticize mainstream media and they're not above that. They're not above that level of criticizing. Grand Theft Autobot, he's a callous asshole casserole. Ew. The Wild West, let's assemble an army of autistic kids on bikes. Well, you see lots of people doing bike-related stuff. If you go on Twitter and stuff, you can see lots of videos of people compiling of everyone choosing a road to go down, and you see all these hundreds of bikes going by and stuff. But bike riding has become increasingly more popular in Toronto with the expansion of bike lanes. I know, shocking how that might happen. John Ross, congrats on the book. Are you talking about this book? Ah, there we go. I have a horror book. It's available on Amazon. If it's loaded with like political and social commentary on it, and you can definitely tell where my frustrations lie. If you need a cathartic release in vampires, in a vampire horror book, you go for it. You can also check out the first chapter on my YouTube page. I have it pinned to the top right now, and you can see me read out the first chapter, and people who become Jack in the Box tier members on my Patreon will eventually get to see all the chapters as I post them there. Although I think I'm going to make a slight change to the first chapter. I don't know. Apparently on Amazon you can also make them into hard copy and stuff, and so I'm tempted to do that with this book, but I think this book still lives in my brain. This story still lives in my brain 24/7. And there are ways that I think I could expand it if I wanted to, which means that in this book, I just need to tweak some spots here and there to go to the expansions later on. It's nothing major. Nothing in plot point related stuff would change. So life, imagine if they moved the Franklin Institute to malls. Not sure what you mean by that, and you're saying that it might be regional. Oh, okay. So this next story I'm about to cover, it's a bit heavy. Content warning talking about sexual violence in this. Probably, maybe I should put up the banner. And then after this, I'm going to take a beat, shove my face with like potato chips or something off camera. And then we'll get into the TYT stuff. So let's get to this. So again, warning. Let's see, do I have my banner available? So if I get rid of this and I get rid of and then I go to here, and then I do this, and there we go. The trick with this is always remembering to take this off when I'm done this subject. Okay, yeah, so content warning, talk of sexual violence. MPP here in Ontario, MPP Catherine Fife, she's an NDP MPP, has been pushing very heavily for this thing called Lydia's Law. And it's because a lot of sexual assault cases get thrown out of court before they're ever seen because the court system is so backed up that the time limit between when it's supposed to get into court expires. So people don't see their day in court. They're never held accountable. People who have committed these sexual assaults are back out on the streets with nothing. Like nothing has happened to them. And they're just back out on the streets without being held accountable at all for their actions. And this is horrible for so many reasons, because you have these violent offenders back on the streets, but then also people who are victims of sexual assault. Makes them less likely to want to actually go through the trauma of trying to hold their attacker accountable for their actions if they know that eventually the whole case can just get thrown out of court and dismissed. And so she's been trying to push for this Lydia's Law that would make sure that all these cases get seen. And so she tweeted this out on November 25th. Today is the International Day for Elimination of Violence Against Women in Ontario. 1,326 sexual assault cases were thrown out of our broken court system. Ford and company need to do more than wear purple. Call Lydia's Law for debate.
Member for Waterloo.
So much, Speaker. And actually, this petition is entitled Justice for Sexual Assault Survivors, Bill 189, Lydia's Law. And I asked about this particular piece of legislation this morning. This has been signed by thousands, actually, of concerned residents in Waterloo region and, in fact, across the province. And the fact of the matter is that this bill is not being dealt with by the IPV committee. This bill was sent to justice, where it is languishing. And to add insult to injury, Madam Speaker, this bill never got debated in this House, even though 1,326 sexual assault cases got thrown out of court and disposed of without survivors actually having their day in court. And I just want to make the point, Madam Speaker, is that it is very difficult to get a sexual assault case into the court system. In fact, the test mark for these cases is profound. So not only do these people, primarily women, experience sexual violence, that they are again victimized by the court system, which is supposed to deliver justice to them. And on this day where we're wearing purple and we're acknowledging that sexual violence is prevalent in the province of Ontario, this is the day to call Lydia's Law and debate it here in this House, giving sexual assault survivors their voice back in the province of Ontario. I'll affix my signature. It's a great petition, and I will give it to Paige Juliet. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just in the chat, Jim Passatori, probably did not say that right. Don't think I've seen you in the Sandbox before, so welcome. Just wondering what an NDP MPP is. So, New Democrat Party, provincial level politics, and an MPP is member of provincial parliament. Province level governance. So federal, provincial, municipal. And in Ontario, it's MPP. In other provinces, some other provinces, it's an MLA, which is a member of Legislative Assembly. But they're the same thing. And then on the federal level, you have an MP, which is a member of parliament. But yeah, New Democrat Party. And so there's provincial and federal New Democrat parties. They're different. So they have a lot of crossover, but they are two distinct entities. Same with the Liberal parties and the Conservative parties. They're all provincial to federal distinct parties. And just a little bit more from Jill Andrew, who is another NDP MPP. Ford government refuses to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic after telling us on April 10th they would. Women members of Ford's government should be additionally ashamed. Sorry, let me read this under the proper inflections. Ford government refuses to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic after telling us on April 10th they would. Women members of the Ford government should be additionally ashamed. Women survivors and women are working on the front lines of intimate partner violence have made it clear. What more does Ford need? And this is another NDP, MPP, Christy Wong Tam. So this is Dr. Jill Andrew. And here's Christy Wong Tam. Peel Police confirmed domestic violence calls represent the highest number of dispatch calls last year. Peel Police responded to more than 16,000 incidents of family and intimate partner violence. That's one region. 16,000. That's 44 domestic violence calls every day, or almost 2 calls per hour. In 2023, Peel Region Councillor declared IPV an epidemic. No recognition or support from the Ford government for help. And she's quote tweeting a article from the Toronto Star. Ford government slammed for refusing to declare an epidemic in partner violence. Just absolutely horrific. And this is from the, conservative parties who are always like, oh, we need to be tough on crime, tough on crime. Well, it really depends on what kind of crime. If it's somebody who is unhoused and in an encampment, well, they need to be thrown away in jail and the key just locked away forever and that sort of thing. But, if it's intimate partner violence, well, we'll get around to it eventually, maybe. And a little bit more from Catherine Fife. Ford doesn't want you to know how badly they are failing on the justice file. Not so tough on crime for failing at the basics.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My question is for the Premier. Last year in Ontario, every 6 days, on average, a woman or child lost their lives due to men's violence. Last year, 62...
I don't think too many people in this province know that statistic. Every 6 days. Like, it's not in the media, it's not being covered unless it's sensationalized for some reason. But, like, that's kind of shocking when you think about how big this province is, how many people are in this province, that every 6 days somebody is killed from intimate partner violence or domestic abuse.
Women were murdered in Ontario. This is an epidemic. Preventing intimate partner violence is also about holding those responsible accountable and ensuring justice is served. We cannot do that when 56% of criminal cases are being withdrawn, stayed, or dismissed simply because our courtrooms are understaffed and underfunded. In fact, in 2023, 1,171 sexual assault cases were dismissed because of delays. Now, Speaker, the government needs to be tracking how many of these cases are being dismissed, but the government refuses to do so. They are scared for the public to learn how badly you are failing on the justice system. Survivor Emily Quint describes her court experience as horrific. Her rapist walks free today. Shameful. When will this government live up to your tough on crime rhetoric?
I remind the members to make their comments through the chair. The Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our prosecutors are actively engaged in case management and getting resolutions as quickly as possible, Mr. Speaker. This is a very important area, and you know the opposition. I'd have to check the record to be 100% positive, but I'm pretty sure that they voted against even Kira's law, Mr. Speaker. Shame. And so they talk a good game, but we're in the trenches doing the work, Mr. Speaker. We're adding capacity, whether it's the 25 net new judges, the largest increase in the history of the province, Mr. Speaker. We're adding logistics, we're adding prosecutors, we're adding victim support services, Mr. Speaker.
They're defunding victim support services. They're defunding the courts. There's not enough judges, not enough to, especially with population increase and stuff like that. None of it. He is just lying through his teeth.
We're adding across the board to make sure the capacity is there, Mr. Speaker, and we are tracking cases. We track anything that's in danger of 11B challenge, Mr. Speaker, and supervisors, the Crown managers can act.
See, the thing is maybe they are tracking things, but it doesn't mean they'll release that information. Doug Ford's government really bad for not actually releasing information on these sorts of things.
Access that data. So we are, in fact, making sure that we're holding people to account, Mr. Speaker. It would be great to have the NDP support us at any point in time.
And also, this might not seem like it off the bat, but it is tied in. And this is from Dr. Jill Andrew again, NDP, MPP. And she's just bringing attention. So bring legislative poverty to an end during the height of the pandemic. CERB provided a basic income of $2,000 a month. ODSP and OW barely cover half of that. I'm calling for the doubling of ODSP and OW so Ontarians can afford to live. And this is actually tied into the intimate partner violence because when you rely on a disability payment as your sole source of income, if it doesn't cover enough for you to rent a place on your own, you can be trapped in abusive relationships. If you can't afford to actually live on your own, then you have sometimes no choice than to stay with somebody who is abusive, or maybe the landlord is harassing you, being abusive, your neighbors are, you're living in a place that is not healthy for you to live in, all that sort of stuff. And a lot of people who live with disabilities are victims of intimate partner violence because they don't have the same autonomy, they don't have the same ability to advocate for themselves, to get out of those relationships. And being forced to live in legislative poverty makes it impossible to flee these situations sometimes. So we'll just listen to what Jill says.
Thank you, Speaker. This petition is entitled Petition to Raise Social Assistance Rates. This petition acknowledges that people on ODS poverty and OW are unable to afford the basics such as a safe place to call home. This petition recognizes that during the heights of the pandemic, the CERB program provided a basic income, quote unquote, of $2,000 per month, which isn't even a start, quite frankly, to afford.
Most places in Ontario, you can't afford a one-bedroom apartment with the entire disability check we get. There's nowhere. If you have to pay market rent for a one-bedroom apartment, nowhere can your entire disability check cover the cost of it.
Afford a one-bedroom in Toronto St. Paul's, and those who have signed this petition know that as well. So really, this petition is calling for compassion. It's calling for the recognition of folks who are on ODS poverty and OW, that they deserve to have the ability to pay for rent, to pay for food, to afford medicine, the luxuries, quote unquote, that every MPP in this House has. And I absolutely agree with this petition, and I will affix my signature to this petition and hand it over to Ryan. Thank you, Ryan.
And again, more from this Tough on Crime. And this is a very recent article, only from November 12th of this year. And CBC News, most criminal cases in Ontario now ending before charges are tested at trial. More judges, staff, prosecutors, and courtrooms needed, says Crown Attorneys Association. A lot of the Conservatives, especially approaching the federal election, will claim how Justin Trudeau is not tough enough on crime, how Pierre Poilievre wants to use the notwithstanding clause to reform bail and all that sort of stuff. Whereas a lot of the issues are down to a provincial thing, where the provinces aren't spending the money the way that they should be. They're not funding the courts the way that they should be. And so a lot of people just get let off the hook. But here, most criminal cases in Ontario now ending before charges are tested at trial. And they're the ones that are supposed to be the tough on crime group. Emily Quinn says she would never have pursued the prosecution of the man she alleges sexually assaulted her nearly 3 years ago if she had known what she'd go through. The whole process was horrific, said Quint. The way that it ended, my whole world went up in flames. A year ago, the sexual assault charge was stayed for an unreasonable delay after the trial failed to wrap up before the time limit set in 2016 Supreme Court decision R.V. Jordan. A 3-day trial was originally set for July 2023 with the 18-month time limit for provincial court, but no courtrooms were available until the 3rd day. So while Quint testified the trial wasn't completed, Quint says that she was blindsided by the news of the stay. Blindsided by the news of the stay days before the trial was set to resume that November. This was the first time in my entire life that I ever heard about the charges being stayed at all, let alone for this reason, she said. Let's see. There was so much anger, so much sadness. It was like, who can I contact? What can I do? This can't be the end. Quint's case is one of a growing number of criminal cases for which the merits of the charge are never tested at trial. Statistics Canada data reviewed by CBC Toronto shows a dramatic shift in criminal outcomes in Ontario over the last decade. The majority of criminal cases in the province have ended with charges being withdrawn, stayed, dismissed, or discharged before the decision at the trial since 2020. In 2022-23, the latest fiscal year of data available, 56% of criminal cases ended up that way. a 14% increase since 2013-14 when guilty decisions still made up most outcomes. So a lot of these, so when guilty decisions still made up most outcomes, now with most of those people being let off the hook, a lot of these people, had it been tested in trial, in court, would have been found guilty. But then nothing happens. And we'll just see the graph here. So the yellow is stayed or withdrawn, guilty. So over here, over almost 67,000 cases where they were found guilty. But now here we have over 53,000 stayed. So not even just seen their day in court. And then down here, it's acquitted or other decisions. So most that go to court. And that makes sense because, you know, it is the province's money being spent. A lot of attorneys and stuff, they don't want to take their cases to court unless they know that they're going to have a guilty outcome, guilty conviction and stuff. Like they have enough proof there to validate their case. A lot of cases never make it to court because they can't find enough evidence that would lead to a guilty verdict. Justice system stakeholders says many factors go into decisions to stay, withdrawal, or discharge criminal charges, including whether there's a reasonable prospect of conviction. But when it comes to stays or withdrawals for Jordan delay reasons, they told CBC Toronto a perfect storm of pandemic backlogs, increases in digital evidence, and a court system-wide shortage of resources are to blame. And here we have that is directly provincial. So when that other guy was saying, oh yeah, we're getting more judges. No, they're not. They're not getting enough because there's a shortage of resources in the court system. It's leaving my frontline crown in a very difficult position, says Donna Kelway, president of the Ontario Crown Attorney Association. You have people who are prepared to put their heart and souls into this job, but they need the proper resources in order to do that job properly. Province commits $29 million. Doug Ford just spent $100 million on 15,000 Starlink satellites for rural Ontario. But $29 million to help this backlog to make sure that the criminals, actually be held accountable for their crimes. $29 million for that. $100 million paid to Elon Musk for Starlink. For 15,000 Starlink connections versus, the over 53,000 stayed cases. In a statement, a spokesperson for Attorney General of Ontario, Doug Downey, told CBC Toronto the province is investing over $29 million this year to appoint a minimum of 25 new judges to the Ontario Court of Justice and hire 190 more Crown prosecutors, victim support, and court staff. This investment will help prevent cases from being stayed for delays, help the court keep pace with the growing number of complex cases, and keep communications safe, said spokesperson Jack Fazeri. Recruitment is underway to ensure cases are heard faster and reduce the backlog across the criminal justice system. When it comes to criminal cases not proceeding to trial, the government's statement also outlined scenarios that impact the case outcome statistics reviewed by CBC Toronto. Those include cases where the charges are stayed or withdrawn, but then proceed under a new information sheet of charges and various other charges and various other charge resolution options like peace bonds and restorative justice or diversion programs. Don't need to go through the rest of the article. It's there if people want to read it. But we'll just skip down to this part. So 59 sexual assault cases stayed. More than 550 criminal cases in Ontario were stayed for unreasonable delay from the time Jordan limits came into effect in 2016 through the end of 2023, according to the data of Ministry for the Attorney General. Of those cases stayed, 45 were sexual assaults, and one was a homicide. Last year, 59 sexual assault cases were stayed because of delays in Ontario, the most per year since the time limit came into force. The Canadian Resource Centre for Victims of Crime heard firsthand how these outcomes are impacting the clients they support. A lot of victims and survivors are losing faith in the process. They're struggling with closure, said Executive Director Sarah Crawford. It's ongoing failure that we're seeing in courts. Now, you might be thinking, but this is 59. Catherine Fife was saying over 1,000. Criminal cases are federal, and that's what they're talking about here. Civil cases are provincial, and that's more of what Catherine Fife would be including in her numbers. And both are running into the same issues because the courts are provincially run. So here we have total cases stayed, sexual assault cases stayed, criminal cases stayed for unreasonable delay in Ontario since Jordan's decision. And you can see a very steady increase here. So if you want, there is this. I will pop it into the Sandbox. If you're in Ontario, and this is from the NDP Intimate Partner Violence Act 2024, and it's to send a letter to the government. Join us in urging support for Bill 173 to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic. Together we can enact meaningful change, fostering community where safety and compassion prevail for every individual. If you're Ontario, feel free to add your voice to this. Just keep in mind that you do this for the NDP and you will be on their mail list for the rest of your life. I'm already on the mail list for the rest of my life, so it doesn't matter, and I will make sure that I add my voice. So yeah, if you're in Ontario, please do that. And then, just set your spam filters in your email. Back to the main shot. Okay. Now we're going to get into it. But first, I'm going to need a little bit of a replenishment break. Stuff my face with potato chips to help curb the hunger and go to the washroom, that sort of thing. A potty break. But first, quickly check the Sandbox. Talk about the Sandbox and litter box. Two different things. Doc Possum, Ford just lost how much from getting beer in gas stations? The main place people should be buying beer. Yeah. Let's see. Grand Theft Auto bot. Let's all go to the lobby. Yeah, pretty much. So I will show a letter hack ad. I'm not being sponsored by Letter Hack, but I do like promoting his stuff, and I've had this ad here for a while, so I will show the Letter Hack ad, and we can all reconvene in about 5 minutes.
Hi there, I'm the Letter Hack, the cartoonist for the left. Are you sick and tired of hearing the news reported by overpaid shills for capitalism? Have you had enough of being lied to by corporate-funded cable news hosts? Then you're probably looking for an alternative to legacy and mainstream media. Well, so am I. And believe you me, there are plenty of other voices on the left doing good work speaking truth to power. Every week I use my platform to promote them in order to make sure you know that you have options when it comes to listener-supported podcasts, newsletters, articles, and media activism. But there's a catch. I'm an artist and a big nerd, so whether I'm interviewing a guest or showcasing a particular indie news outlet, there's always art involved. So, if you're desperate for a change in who you get your news commentary from, and you're a fan of pop culture, comics, and art in general, check out youtube.com/theletterhack. Live streams are every Monday night, 9:30 p.m. Eastern, but I'm creating more content all the time, so hit subscribe to make sure you get notified. Don't miss out. After all, the need for independently funded left-wing media isn't going anywhere, which means there's plenty of work still to do. So come hang out, watch me draw for a while, and learn about alternatives to the mainstream. That's youtube.com/theletterhack.
And we're back. Hello, everyone. Oh, I just got to look outside and everything is just covered in like a lot of snow and it looks so beautiful and amazing and I can't wait. I just kind of want to go outside and like run around in all of it and stuff because I love snow. I love the winter. I love snow. I just kind of want to go and frolic. The first snowfall, I always love walking out in this first snowfall. So I probably will later tonight, just kind of go out for it. The meows are from the late Tulip. A kitty that I had was Frodo's sister, and she had quite the vocals on her. Frodo does cry out from time to time, but Tulip was, every time she spoke up, was really loud, so it was easy for me to get a lot of recordings of her cry. Yeah, got some food in me, got some drink in me, and by drink I mean carbonated beverage. And yeah, just took a moment to look outside and see the beautiful snow all over everything. Oh, I can't wait to go outside. Doc Possum, if you're new to my channel, if those kitty noises, if you like those, just wait till the end. My sign off includes like a whole bunch of them. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about TYT. But before I do that, I'm going to wait till my cat just over there is out of the litter box because he's scratching around in it and it's kind of distracting. The joys of live streaming with cats. That's Abernathy and Lanier are my two babies, and they'd be about 2 years old now. I got them in August of last year. They were 4 months and 6 months old at the time. So they'd be pretty close to 2 years if they're not 2 years by now. He's still making a stink over there quite literally. Yeah, it's interesting. I'd respond to more comments, but people weren't really commenting during the Letter Hack ad. But if you don't know the Letter Hack, go check out his channel. He has a lot of interviews. He has a lot of like call-in shows where you can just chill and stuff. And he's very good for making cartoon characters of all of us lefties and stuff. I've been featured in his cartoons, as you might have seen from the ad. It's kind of sad though, because there are a lot of like compilation drawings he's done or drawings of leftists that he's done. And some of those leftists, you look at them now like, oh, it's a shame that they're included on this poster I bought. Because they're not really on the left anymore. And it's actually kind of sad how many of those are the case. And it's kind of sad right now how big that's become. Okay, he's out of the litter box finally, so I don't have to listen to him scratching around in it. So, TYT, the home of progressives. False advertising these days. Now, I've mentioned it before on this channel. I don't want my channel to be a drama channel. When it comes to simple things like name calling or surface level issues, or you don't like the style of one content creator over the other, that sort of thing, I don't care. There are content creators I like that a lot of people don't like. There are content creators I simply don't like that a lot of people like. It is what it is. You know, some are just personal preferences, tastes, and I don't care about these surface level issues. But when you have the largest online leftist network doing an absolute bizarre, hard turn center and right when it comes to talking points, a network I used to be personally involved with, I feel like I have to speak out. You know, we hold media to account. It's usually the mainstream media that we call out. But, you know, it is powerful media sources. You know, it's not like I'm punching down when I talk about TYT. And for those of you who don't know, I used to be a contributor to TYT's Rebel HQ, their Canadian content contributor, which was a while ago. It feels like a lifetime ago. So I also feel like I have a little bit of an obligation to speak out when they pull this nonsense. And for the most part, it's Cenk and Anna. There's a lot of other contributors to TYT that, as far as I know, are still good. I don't watch their content regularly for well over a year. And even before then, I was starting to not watch it regularly. I catch a clip here and there, especially if it starts going viral in social media. But it's been very, very disappointing, especially because they inspired a lot of people to get involved with politics, content creation. I got inspired to be involved with politics because of them. And to see not only their right-wing takes, which are bad enough, but it's their absolute disdain for other leftists is very damaging to the cause, to the progressive cause, to the leftist cause. They show more vitriol towards people like me these days than they do to the right wing, to MAGA. And again, this is very damaging to the movement, to progressive causes, to things that we are fighting for on this side. And Cenk will claim it's for one thing or another, but he's making the choice. He's making the choice to flush the principles of TYT down the drain. And for him to still refer to it as the homeless progressives, okay, that's just plain and simply misbranding right now. I said it in my other video that I have clipped when I was talking to Ravana. She was on my show recently. And I said you could be a capitalist with progressive views, but you can't really be a progressive with capitalist views. And I know some people in the comments were pushing back against that, of the ones that I kind of briefly glanced over. But I hold strong to that, because there's also a difference between understanding and accepting elements of capitalism can't just be blinked away as much as we might want it to. But progressives, generally speaking, are fundamentally against capitalism. However, you can be a capitalist and have progressive views. And that is what Cenk is. He is out loud and avowed capitalist. He has mentioned it many times before. He has debated about it. He is a capitalist. And those capitalist instincts are starting to take over and taking TYT into a very disturbing direction. It's not just me noticing it. It's a whole lot of people. And they're losing on their network. They're losing a lot of their more progressive contributors because they don't want to give legitimacy to the network anymore. If the network is no longer representing what they used to stand for. Some of these things, though, when you start, again, hindsight 2020, when you start looking back, some of these things they never had in the first place, but they didn't make such a big deal about it. But the stories that they choose to focus on, the framing of these stories, has actually been very, very harmful to certain groups of people. Primarily, people living with poverty, unhoused people, people with addictions, queer folks, trans folks in particular, have been a target of what they are doing. Cenk has actually said that it was the Democrats' fixation on trans people that cost them this past election, even though they didn't mention anything about trans people during their campaign. But Cenk has said multiple times that it's trans people's fault, basically, that Harris lost the election. You can't be a progressive and take a group like that and throw them under the bus when they're no longer convenient for you. Being progressive means having principles and sticking by those principles. And so there is a compare and contrast when it comes to these bigger leftist creators online. Yes, TYT is the largest leftist one, but another growing one, and a very large one to begin with, is the Majority Report. And as TYT's subscribers go down, the Majority Report seems to be gaining more because more people are finding out about the Majority Report. Now, some of you might have noticed I'm a fan of the Majority Report. I would love to be on the Majority Report at some point. Sam, Emma, Matt all have great, consistent values and points. And I really do admire their network, what they do. But the thing is that how I feel about the Majority Report, the admiration I have for them, is conditional. You know, I don't have blind loyalty to anyone or anything. It absolutely is conditional. You can call me, you know, a gatekeeper if you like, but there are certain things that if you don't agree with me on, then we're probably not going to get along. And Cenk loves to explode and say, oh, well, if they disagree on even 0.1% of stuff, then they can't, and he gets all animated and stuff. When it comes to some fundamental principles, yeah, if we don't agree on it, then we're not going to get along. And some of those things are human rights, you know, for trans people, having them being treated equally to everyone else. That's a fundamental principle of mine. And so far, the Majority Report and myself have aligned on the vast majority of things. And Sam in particular, you can go back and watch shows from 10 years ago, and he's been consistent. One of the things, well, the thing I admire about Sam the most is his integrity. Because I'm the type of person, I'm very much attracted to things like intelligence and a sense of humor and stuff. But a lot of that, to some extent, you're born with. Because some people, no matter how hard they study, they might not be the brightest person around. And that's not meant as like a criticism or anything. It's just, you know, there's fluctuations within that group. And I happen to be drawn more towards people with a higher demonstration of intelligence. But when it comes to integrity, that's something you choose. You are making choices to stick to your principles. And so when it comes to what I value in a person, their integrity surpasses a lot of the other things that I might find interesting or attractive in other people, because it is a choice. At this point, Cenk and Anna and the direction TYT is going, their integrity has collapsed. My respect for them has therefore also collapsed. And we'll get a little bit into one of the more recent blow-ups online about this. Their Cenksgiving, as they call it, where Cenk sits down with Hasan, who is his nephew. And Hasan is another massive leftist content creator, primarily on Twitch. And every year they kind of, for the past few years, have sat down around Thanksgiving to have a bit of a back and forth, a debate. which is fine and all. I'm not going to be going over the whole thing. It was like 3 hours long, their conversation, and there's tons in there to go over. But if you want to see those types of analysis, you can check out the Vanguard, you can check out the Surfs. You know, they do a far more thorough watching of it. There was just a few key points within this conversation that they had that I want to touch on, and hopefully my timestamps are correct on what I wrote down, because it's just a few places that I want to go over. And some of it is because even though Cenk goes off again on trans people in his chat with Hasan, I don't feel the need to go over the entire section because I have before. And there were just some things, though, a few things in this that just really, again, got under my skin. And we'll get into it. But first, it's not just these conversations that Cenk and Anna are having because they're going on more center and right-wing networks to be the progressive pick-me. It's also how he's presenting himself, Cenk, how he's presenting himself on Twitter, his talking points, his views on MAGA versus the left wing and all this sort of stuff. It is just totally tanked. Because if you go back just a little while ago, it might be hard to remember with everything that's happened over this past year/century, Cenk actually tried to run for president. Again, to me, that was something a little bit of what you would call a, what's the thing? Red flag. Because there was no way in hell Cenk was ever going to win. None. And I don't have an issue with him running, even though legally he wasn't qualified to run because he wasn't born in the United States, which is, you know, its own issues. I don't think that should rule someone out. But it is a thing in the United States. He was never going to win. And the thing that bothered me about it was when he was asking his audience to donate to his campaign. A campaign he knew never stood a chance. And as far as campaigns go, it was really bad. And it didn't do much to raise awareness on a certain issue or anything. He was running because, in his words, Trump was a fascist and they need somebody to stand up against him. My, how things have changed in just a few months. And so to me, that was taking advantage of an audience, of his audience. Like he was just taking advantage of his audience, asking them for money for something he knew would never result in anything. And in these clips that I'm going to cover, he calls Sam Seder, the main host of The Majority Report. Cenk calls Sam a grifter. Not cool. So first, we'll get into a couple tweets. Well, a tweet and then videos and more tweets. How about that? So this is from Benjamin Dixon. And Benjamin also used to be a regular guest on TYT. You know, he was on plenty of their shows. Like I said, I used to be a contributor for Rebel HQ. I was also on The Conversation with Cenk. I've actually talked to him, although he probably has no memory or recollection who I am. And the thing about that conversation I had with Cenk was it was about the whole use of the term birthing person and inclusive language. And it was me, who had only been working with TYT for a month, I was calling out Cenk and Anna on something that they did. And so I was able to get onto the conversation with Cenk to talk about it. This was about a year before the big blow up on social media with Anna, with her whole never referred to me as a birthing person tweet. So when Cenk kind of stood in it with her, he can't claim ignorance. He can't claim he didn't know anything about the controversy around the term birthing person, because there's video evidence that he had talked to someone about it before. And I don't know what it means in the idea that I was the last person that I know of that Cenk ever talked to about trans or inclusive language issues when it comes to trans and non-binary folks. Because for those who don't know, I'm non-binary. I, generally speaking, present female, but I'm non-binary. I don't consider myself a woman. She, her pronouns are fine. They, them pronouns are fine. So he hasn't talked to anyone since. Now, I'd like to think that I just blew it out of the park so much that he realized that he couldn't do anything about it, but I think he's also just completely forgotten about who I am anyway. I'm not a debater. I don't feel like I did a great job in the conversation with him. I was nervous as hell. But I was also the last person he talked to about it. And I would just find it very interesting if maybe, just maybe, he realized that he could talk to me, someone with no experience with debating whatsoever, and kind of realize that he looked like a fool to some extent. And think to himself, maybe not talk to any more people about this subject on TYT. Because like I said, as far as I know, he hasn't. And I'd be more than happy, despite my unease of debates and confrontational conversations like that, I'd be more than happy to go back on to talk about it. So again, we'll get back to this tweet. So this is from Benjamin Dixon, and he's quote tweeting Cenk saying, "For over a decade, progressives sank money into this guy only for him to become MAGA at the exact point we need a progressive media company. I'm one of these people who sank money into this guy. I used to be a paid member before I was a contributor to Rebel HQ. Even after for a bit. I also helped with fundraising for them to get their independent reporter. Whatever happened to that? Right. Fortunately, I didn't buy any of their merch. You see, I'm very reluctant to do things like that, which, again, only goes to show how confident I am with the Majority Report that I've bought a lot of their merch. I have a couple hoodies, t-shirts, their mug, stickers, got the goddamn pencils. I went to a live show in Boston because that's how much faith I have in the Majority Report. And the thing is it is very much earned. You know, it's not just something that I blindly put my faith into them. So TYT back in the day, they inspired me to get involved with politics. The Majority Report, Michael Brooks in particular, inspired me to do content creating. And like I said, you can go back a decade and you can see them consistent on these points. And now we have this left-wing network, TYT, who have actively done segments that harms trans people. And do you know who is speaking up against TYT? Emma and Sam on the Majority Report. Matt as well. The crew, the Thursday crew that they bring in as well. They're the ones pushing back. They're the ones, supporting trans folks. That are going to bat for trans folks. That are being true allies. Cenk doesn't get to claim to be an ally because they've done a couple stories over the years that they claim they want trans rights, only for them to send out transphobic comments and do framing on videos that is transphobic and anti-trans. It's not like you do 10 good videos and you get one transphobic statement for free. That's not how it works. You don't get to call yourself an ally, a part-time ally, if, what you are doing is actively harming the trans community. And what Cenk and Anna are doing is actively harming the trans community. And you have Sam and Emma on the Majority Report vocally pushing back against that, strongly pushing back against that. Go back and watch. You can go back a decade before same-sex marriage was legalized in the United States. Sam was saying it should be. There are videos of him talking about that on mainstream media. Emma has put her neck on the line many times and become a target for harassment because of how she supports, in particular, trans women in sports. Because she is also a sports nut. She knows so much about sports. And so this touches on a couple of issues for her. And she has been great. And they'll go on to these other platforms and do what Cenk and TYT should have been doing. Because Cenk will say a whole bunch of nonsense about, well, it's not popular. The majority of the population doesn't agree that trans people deserve full equal rights to cis women and all that sort of stuff. Well, as a leftist progressive network, it's kind of your job to help influence people, to help educate people, to push back against anti-trans rhetoric, not throw your hands up in the air and say, oh, well, I guess it's their fault that the Democrats lost. So, back to this tweet, as I keep on, this is going to be a very rambly segment. I'm sorry, because there's like 1,000 points in my head about this. So like I said, Benjamin Dixon said, for over a decade, progressives sank money into this guy only for him to become a MAGA at the exact point we need progressive media company. And as it is very true. Right now, to have a network the size of TYT actually fighting for progressive values to push back against what is about to happen in the United States with Project 2025 coming into place, yeah, this is the exact time we need that progressive media company now more than ever. So Benjamin was quote tweeting Cenk saying, I'm going to make my boldest prediction yet. I think at least half of Trump's base are actual populists and they will challenge him if he goes awry. No one on the left will believe me. Yeah. They think everyone in MAGA is a cult and will follow Trump no matter what. I disagree. Trump has been found liable for rape. He has been accused of sexual assault by dozens of women. He has had security secrets in his washroom at Mar-a-Lago. He was giving access to top secret information to whoever was just happening to go by. He has been found, that there was the whole insurrection thing, that thing that happened on January 6th a little while ago. There was that, where he was inciting a crowd to, go storm the Capitol and kill his vice president. If after all of that, they're still voting for him, yeah, I don't believe they'll challenge him. There will be some people who will get upset, when prices go up because of tariffs. However, a lot of those people won't know why those prices are going up, and Trump will somehow blame the Democrats and they'll take it. They'll believe it. You see, it's when Cenk says, I think at least half the base half of Trump's base are actual populists and they will challenge him. The problem is that they don't know. They're not educated. They're politically illiterate. Again, I'm not saying they're all stupid, but they don't know a lot of the facts in the situation. And of those people, a lot of them won't care, and a lot of them, it's the feature, not the bug. But a lot of them have no idea how bad Trump actually is because they're not that plugged into media. They're not going to challenge him. And the part of Trump's base that will get upset with him is not enough to actually get Trump out of power. And it's not enough to make the other Republicans turn against Trump. MAGA absolutely is a cult. It is definitionally a cult. If you've seen some of the videos going around social media right now with people doing the Trump dance at their turkey dinners, how people were wearing, maxi pads on their ears, unironically to support Trump after he was, grazed or whatever. When you see all of that, it's a goddamn cult. It's a cult. When you have them abandoning family and friends because of Trump, it's a cult. Because there is a very big difference between MAGA supporters who are upset over their left-leaning, liberal, progressive family members and friends cutting them off than when they actually cut them off. Because sometimes you have to cut off people who are being abusive. I find it very difficult to believe that a lot of the people in these families that are on the left are being abusive to the MAGA people. But then they go to Thanksgiving dinner, especially if they're queer, trans, immigrants, and then they would have to listen to their MAGA relatives tell them how horrible they are, how they shouldn't exist, how they have no right to autonomy, how they shouldn't be allowed in there, how people who can give birth shouldn't have the right to make decisions over their body. Why would you want to stay around that rhetoric? Whereas what people on the left say, I think everyone should have universal basic health care. There's a difference. There was another post recently that Cenk put through. So there's another tweet that I'm going to get to, but there was another one recently that I wanted to point to. Oh, it's right here at the top. So Cenk has also tweeted out, I've been trying to figure out why I'm more optimistic now than I was before the election, even though I was so against the guy who won. I know now MAGA is not my mortal enemy, and neither is the extreme left. Interesting how he has to throw that in, because one would think that if you're on the left, we shouldn't be enemies, let alone mortal enemies. My mortal enemy is the establishment, and they have been defeated. The establishment won. Generally speaking, they've always won. And I don't know if you know what mortal enemy means. You see, for me, MAGA is my mortal enemy, because in the States, they want to make sure trans people can't exist. In the States, they're making it so people who can give birth, their lives are put in danger should they get pregnant and anything goes wrong. Literally, a lot of them want to see us dead. That's a mortal enemy. Didn't even read the next two parts of this, so let's read them together. It's not just that the establishment candidate lost, it's that their media is mortally wounded. The source of their strength was not insipid politicians like Mitch McConnell and Joe Biden, the source of their strength was their propaganda machine, the mainstream media. I don't think mainstream media has been mortally wounded in this. They're going to survive just fine, but they're going to change and become even more right-wing. Now, online media is strong enough that their oppressive monopoly on the American mind has been broken. Now we're in the jungle. They hate that. I love it. This uncontrolled marketplace of ideas is where I'm home. I'd rather be in the populous woods than in an establishment prison. Uncontrolled marketplace of ideas, so long as you're on the left and you agree with him. If not, then you're a dirtbag leftist, and we'll get a little bit into that. This is coming from the guy who, again, just a few months ago, was running for president because Trump was a fascist threat, unlike anything else we had seen before. Wonder what's changed in between now and then. So I'm going to get into a couple of the video clips that I was talking about from the chat that he had with Hasan. But before I get into those very specific clips, check the Sandbox quickly to see if there's anything I need to respond to. And like I said, we got a couple clips to go over and then a couple more tweets, I think. Let's see. Like, there was actually a time not too long ago I was starting to get anxiety every time Anna tweeted out and was getting any sort of traction. Just because the damage she was doing to the trans community was very anxiety riddled, I guess. Anxiety riddled. I guess that's a phrase. I don't know if it's the phrase I was looking for, but it is a phrase now. And now I'm starting to get that from Cenk. Because as some people have pointed out, if you watch again the Serfs and the Vanguard and other, I think even David Dole has mentioned it from the Rational National, a lot of the tweets that Cenk seems to be getting traction on are the ones where he's supportive of MAGA. Now, I'm still planning on making that video called the Anna Kasparian Pendulum, where I talk a lot about her move to the center and to the right. I wasn't originally planning on adding Cenk into that conversation, but and I think just a lot of this has to do with midlife crisis mentality going on in him. He's desperate to remain relevant. I think grifter is a little bit, I don't rule it out at this point, but I still don't think it's quite accurate to call Cenk a grifter. He's definitely a capitalist and he's going where the money is, but I think a lot of what the right is doing is just feeding into his ego. And he's at a point in his life where he's desperate to remain relevant, and they're giving him that relevancy. And I think that's one of the primary driving factors, that and trying to keep TYT afloat, because I don't think they're doing that well. I think they grew above their means, like their operation grew above their means, and they'd have to give up a lot of what they do in order to maintain what they have. And I don't think Cenk wants to go there, because that would be a blow to his ego. That would be a sure sign that he failed. So check the Sandbox and we'll get onto the clips that I wanted to cover, because I like to make sure I'm checking the Sandbox regularly as a good indication of if something is going wrong. I will see it, or if there's an important comment that pops up, to make sure I address it while I still know the context. Doc Possum, that Thanksgiving special was wild. Yeah. Howard Wilson, he calls anyone he doesn't like the extreme left so he can try to look better. Yeah, it is, and we'll get into it with these video clips, but it's so, how he's so unaware of every accusation is, God, what's the phrase? Every accusation is a confession. And just the way that he says that the extreme left, the dirtbag left, will claim that they're the left, and all this sort of stuff. But he's like, no, they don't agree with me, Cenk, they don't agree with me 100%, and I'm the real left. So he's doing exactly what he is accusing the extreme left of doing in the same fucking sentence. Choki, Sam is truly honorable without being a big deal. Pers Oro, is there any provincial bills to create sanctuary provinces in Canada? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. Because here in Canada, all criminal law is federal. So I don't think there would be a need for a sanctuary province. But if you mean like a province people from the States can flee to, it's a lot more tricky. If you're queer, there might be some options. But it's not easy to immigrate to Canada. It's actually harder to immigrate to Canada than it is to the United States. Let's see, Choki, Sam, and Michael were incredible. Emma is doing great. Howard Wilson, I made the point to the Vanguard that Cenk views of Trump and MAGA in 2016 versus his let's see what they can do of now is so laughably night and day. Anna said Choki, Anna said she made a mistake in 2020, which was when she was working with Michael and the Jacobin. She wasn't successful because she's fake. The Wild West, Choki, I'm non-binary and I stumble over my own pronouns. It's just about being considerate. Nobody will be mad if you make the mistake and say, oops, sorry. I actually made that point when I was talking to Cenk on the conversation, because most of my life I was referring to myself as a woman, female, and even in some contexts when talking about the female experience and stuff, I'll still group myself in there because society will treat me as a female. But even I will sometimes get caught up because of habit and just how long I've been using gender terminology and stuff, and the fact that for a lot of things there aren't gender neutral terms. Something as simple as mommy, daddy. And for gender neutral, and also since I present female, I don't get down on anyone who says, hello, miss, or is there anything I can do for you, young lady? Although I'm getting that far less these days. So I don't get on anyone's case that they refer to me as a woman, but it is about being considerate. If you know, try your best. If you, if you mess up, but you're still trying your best, it's okay. It's okay. Jokey, oh, LOL, I remember the TYT reporter drive. Yeah. Mindy Doctors, Cenk is just talking bollocks. I think we should ignore TYT. They're dead to me. I would like to, but like I said, they have a major impact on the political sphere, on people's actual lives. And it's important to push back on it and make sure that there's other people out there who might want to move away from TYT, to let them know that there are other places that they can go to get the unbiased reporting or perspective that they, unbiased leftist perspective, if that makes any sense, that they want, to let them know that they're supported on other networks, that there's other areas that are accepting of them. And by pushing back against TYT and, you know, putting it in the algorithms and stuff, it does get out there more to more people so that that message can get through. So as much as a headache that Cenk and TYT is becoming, it's still important to be public with your pushback against them, because you're not punching down, you're punching up with them. And it's important for viewers to know that if they're uncomfortable with what TYT is doing, they're not alone. That weird feeling they have that this doesn't seem quite right, you know, that feeling should be validated. And that gets validated when you have smaller content creators actually speaking, as TYT would say, truth to power. Jokey, Cenk just made a total fool of himself on Hasan. Trevor Borens, it's sad to see where they have become. I used to like Cenk and Anna. So did I. Let's see. Okay. Piers Oro, no, I am not in US. I was wondering if Polyev gets in power and tries to deport undocumented Canadians. I think that would, immigration and criminal law is federal. So that's across the board in Canada. So anything made at the federal level when it comes to immigration, about like deportations and stuff like that, that will be across the country. Very little provinces could do about it. Is it, and also asking, is it true that Anna and Cenk drive luxury sports cars? I wouldn't know, but I think if Cenk doesn't, he really needs to buy that convertible for his midlife crisis and maybe give up on this. Okay. So here we go. This is the big debate. Like I said, we're not going to go over this whole thing. It's 3.5 hours long, 180K views on YouTube. But this was launched on Twitch, where Hasan has his large audience. So who knows what kind of impact this is actually going to have. But I have a few points kind of keyed up that I wanted to go to. So you'll have to forgive me as I kind of fumble around to make sure I get the beginning of where I want to go. So first we'll go 101.30.
In 2020.
It's not like Bernie Sanders. It's not like Bernie Sanders himself is saying like, yeah, trans people, we got to cut them out of this bargain.
Trans people, you guys are just making that up.
No,
but in Haas, when you frame it
first
that
of all,
way, you get all these crazy
Republicans
people
are
online.
saying that. Republicans are saying that.
No, I know, but we're not saying that.
No,
you get all these crazy people.
No, Cenk is pretty much saying that when it comes to, you know, trans women in sports.
Online who are like, oh my God, if you don't agree to free surgeries for every trans person on planet Earth, you're a Nazi. Well, you know those people exist, and those people, that is the radical left, and they are stupid, and they do cost us elections.
No.
Okay, so how is it being part of the radical left to think that people should be able to get free surgeries? That would fall under the category of universal health care. Yeah, I think all trans people should be able to get free surgeries, regardless of their situation, because I also believe in universal health care. And just the idea that, you know, for people to be able to get gender-affirming care, that's somehow a radical thought. It's just allowing people to live as who they are, you know, to be the most productive person they can be because they feel right in their own bodies. Cenk has no concept, and I think this is part of the problem. He has no concept as to what it's like to live in a body that doesn't feel like you. I feel it, but for a different reason than gender dysphoria, although there is a bit of that in there, for other reasons. But it plays such a big part in every factor of your life. And the way that I feel it in my body and how my body actually presents, it has kept me away from jobs, from relationships, from traveling because of the disconnect that I feel. And with trans people, it's going to be much, much worse. It affects everything. So how is it radical to say, you know what, if there's a surgery that can help them feel better about who they are, then they should be able to get it for free? How is that being radical?
You're hyper focusing, and I've had this conversation privately with you many times over. You are hyper focusing on people that are in your replies on Twitter, and because
so you agree
that's
with
all
me,
you
that radical left
because
is bullshit,
all you interact
stupid dumbasses. Do you agree?
There are a million people.
So would I be one of those stupid bullshit dumbasses that he was just talking about there?
That are both in your replies that have also gotten mad at me as well, time and time again, on specific issues, maybe ones that even pertain to trans rights. Okay, it literally doesn't matter. People get very passionate, understanding. I'm very understanding.
Shocking agreement. I agree. There's 13 douchebags online. That's what I said from day one.
I know, but why the would you ever hyper focus on
but
people
Haas,
like
because
that?
You, look, no. So you might be doing the right thing. Hold on.
You're doing the
on
Bill
your
Maher
show-
thing.
No,
You're
bullshit,
demanding that there needs to be a sister
bullshit.
No, you're
Hold
doing
on, let
the
me
sister
explain.
soldier moment.
And this has been one of the things that I've talked about, plenty of people have talked about. On their network, they have chosen specific stories to go over. And some of the framing they have chosen very specifically around trans people in particular, around criminals, unhoused people. They are making the choice to present those facts. Out of all the stories that they could cover, there was the Venezuelan gangs, you know, which has an impact nationwide. How? Even though that story, there's a video out there that is debunking a lot of that as, you know, not being true at all, and they should have known if they had any integrity at all and bothered to actually check the facts as opposed to just accepting any facts they came across that, you know, validated their preconceptions, you know, and a lot of those facts weren't real. It's just, oh, here's a little nugget of information that I think, sure, yeah, it's going to be authentic and it validates what I already think, so I'm just going to go with this without any further thought. For a network with as much money and influence and power and, you know, resources from people and information and tech, for them to not at least look into the stories, like actually do real fact checking ahead of time and just stick to their feelings is ridiculous. The amount of fact checking and stuff that I do for my teeny tiny channel is more than what they do for stories that can actually have impacts on people's lives, that can actually influence some of the populace there.
No, bullshit.
No, you're trying
okay,
to.
So the minute we said the most reasonable things on earth, which you now agree with apparently, then what happened? It wasn't just the 13 douchebags online. And by the way, everybody.
I like that little statement there. There we go. Look at the difference between Cenk's anger for left versus right. I haven't seen him get this mad about right-wing politicians in ages. Credit where credit is due. When he goes on things like Piers Morgan to talk about the genocide in Gaza, he gets equally animated. But the idea that he gets as equally animated about calling out Israel for the genocide that they're committing, and for the left, because the left feels, there should be equal rights. What does that say about Cenk? When you compare and contrast those two things? But for him to get this mad at right-wingers these days, no. It's all about, oh, we need to accept the right. We need to welcome them into the fold. We need to do this and that and the other thing. But the instant somebody on the left disagrees with him, then it's nothing but a rage rant from him.
By the way, everybody said, no, those 13 douchebags represent all the left. You're not on the left anymore because the 13 douchebags control the left. And then what happened next? Then Majority Report jumped in, and Lance from the Serfs and all the other little dirtbags jumped in, and they were like, no, Cenk and Anna are turning right. The 13 douchebags are right. We need to protect every trans person should get free surgery. We got even in China, even though we have nothing to do with China, we hate them, they're Nazis.
Okay.
What the fuck was that? Like, seriously, what the fuck was that? You knew I'm going to cry and whine here and pretend to be like, oh, the douchebag lefties, and they're all mean to me, and I'm going to sit here and have a little temper tantrum because, I'm a big, strong leftist, and I have a thick skin, like I always say, and I'm not afraid to punch back when they punch at me. Oh, but no, they call me out, these 13 douchebag lefties, they called me out, so I'm going to sit here and whine. What the hell was that? Can he not have a conversation like an adult? Instead, he has to go to that sort of whining? Like, is he so afraid of having like a real conversation that he has to deflect with little tantrums like that? It's not entertaining. It's not funny. It just makes him look pretty pathetic. And again, for him to be saying, oh no, these 13 dirtbag, and there's probably more, dirtbag, lefties, douchebags, dirty douchebag, how dare they call him out because he said something anti-trans. Yeah, you said something that was anti-trans, and the people who are actual allies and people who are part of the community called you out for it. And in fact, most of us tried to have a conversation with you, a civil conversation. I know that there were people who reached out to Anna, to Cenk, to have these conversations. I've put it out there, but again, they don't know who I am. So it's not like it's shocking that, they haven't said, oh, Sandy, right, she was on our network. She did those amazing Rebel HQ videos. We should have her back on to have this conversation. No, we all tried to have civil conversations with him on the left, but they refused to hear it. They don't want to have that conversation. And so, yeah, we're calling you out when you do things that goes against progressive values. When you say anti-trans things, we're going to call you out. And I am grateful that there is another network, the Majority Report, that has a large audience, and they are not afraid to go full-throated in support as an ally to trans folks and push back against his bullshit.
What happened next? Then Majority Report jumped in. Are turning right. The free surgery.
We got.
Even in China, even though we have nothing to do with China, we hate them. They're Nazis.
Okay.
I mean, I'm 100% right. Every dirtbag show did it.
You gotta calm
Every
down.
dirtbag show did it.
I'm 100% right. Every dirtbag show did it. So all of this, so the serfs, the Rational National, the Humanist Report, Dan from the Internet, the Power Report, me, the Vanguard, we're all dirtbags. Then is that what you're saying? That we're all just dirtbag lefties because we don't agree with you? And yeah, that freeze frame from Hasan is just... He looks embarrassed. He just seems so embarrassed to have Cenk there. doing this. But yeah, it goes down that mentality of, I'm not the one who's wrong. Everyone else is wrong. I'm the one who's right. It kind of reminds me when Tim Pool was saying, it's all the women in his life have something wrong, as opposed to, there's nothing wrong with him as to why he can't get a woman, but it's all the women's fault. And so this is what Cenk is kind of like, I'm not the one that's wrong on these issues. It's all the other leftists. They're the ones that are wrong. They need to listen to me.
Tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
This is reframing an issue.
Dirtbag.
Okay.
I mean, I'm 100% right. Every dirtbag show did it.
You gotta calm
Every
down.
dirtbag show did it. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
This is reframing an issue that is, now we've moved away from the electoral consequences of a trans ad to your own personal anger and frustration that you have with left-wing media online. We are
So do you agree left-wing media online, those guys that I listed are full of shit?
I have
Still, Cenk is refusing to even engage in the conversation, to listen to what Hasan is saying. Because I've never been a huge fan of Hasan. No diss or wrong to him. Again, it's a style thing. I'm not on Twitch either. So I had no idea how matured he's become since I have seen a lot of his content from before, or not even a lot of his content, but his content from before, and how so much more mature and level-headed and reasonable he comes across right now compared to Cenk. It's kind of mind-boggling. But here's the uncle, here's the nephew. And Cenk can't have a normal conversation. He has to deflect. The instant Hasan tries to point out, you're taking this too personally. You're taking what these random lefties have to say a little bit too personally, and it's affecting your judgment, which is a very apt observation. But Cenk doesn't want to hear it because he doesn't want to acknowledge he's wrong on anything.
Tiny, stupid minority?
I have disagreements with everyone in this space, but there's a reason why seemingly I don't catch the same amount of strays that you do, because I don't hyper-focus.
I can tell you why.
I don't hyper-focus. What do you think it is?
They think you're hot, young. I don't mean attractive. God bless on that, okay? I'm also obviously hot. I mean, as in they think, oh, the young people watch Hasan. He's cool. And you give the thing of like, oh, no, trans people are right on everything, right? You don't come out.
And this is where Cenk's insecurities are, again, shining through. He is going through a midlife crisis. He is in need of relevance that he is quickly losing. And yeah, he's probably jealous. Jealous of the attention that Hasan gets. Jealous of the fact that a lot of people value what Hasan has to say versus what he has to say. And a lot of it is an age thing. A lot of it is a presentation thing. But I think he's really hitting that midlife crisis right now and has a desperate need to remain relevant. But the more he tries to cling on to that, the more he tries to make himself relevant, the more irrelevant he becomes. At some point, you have to reevaluate what you're doing in life and try to figure out, is this going to get me the gangs that I want? Or am I trying to force an issue? Am I trying to force relevancy on people? Because if you're trying to force it onto people, it will never happen. It will always come across as fake, and people don't buy it. If Cenk wants to remain relevant, he has to reevaluate his role in the media sphere.
Out and make the distinctions that Anna and I made. Okay, so they think, oh no, he's good. He's extreme as we are.
I think
he's woke left. Yay, extremeness.
I think the reason, first of all, you're
okay. By the way, majority report and all of you guys, you better attack him. He apparently agrees with me. Okay, you better attack him.
I don't.
You're not going to attack him, are you?
You're.
If people have a huge disagreement with Hasan on the left, I'm fairly certain that they do attack him, as Hasan had just said happens. You know, there are disagreements on the left, and people, when they don't agree with him, call him out as well. And he's called out others. And they have remained civil about it because they're not taking it personally. It's about exchanging ideas. But to sit there and whine and be like, oh, well, you have a slight disagreement or you agree with me on something, so therefore the majority report must be, they should call you out too, again, really goes towards Cenk's insecurity. He feels so threatened by Sam in particular. And why Sam in particular? Because somehow, even though they're about the same age, Sam continues to remain relevant. He continues to inspire. He continues to have an audience that agrees with him. Somehow, Sam has figured that out. But it's not that Sam has figured it out. Sam has integrity. Something Cenk lacks.
You're hyper personalizing this into like criticisms that you've
comes
received.
and punches you in the face 12 times and you go, what? Why are you hyper personalizing it?
Because
just because I called you a Nazi, now it's personal to you?
Because myself.
Show the clip. Okay, Cenk? Just show the clip of he's talking about Lance. He claims Lance called him a Nazi. Show the clip. I'm sure something like that would have made the rounds. You know, maybe I wasn't on Twitter that day because I was abducted by aliens and there's a day in my life that I'm unaware is missing. So maybe that made the rounds on that day, the day that I'm unaware that I missed, because every day that I'm awake, I'm on Twitter way too much. So I would have seen it, especially in the circles that I run around on Twitter. So where is the clip of Lance calling you a Nazi? Where is the screenshot of the tweet Lance sent out calling you a Nazi? It doesn't exist, but he will continue to insist it over and over and over again that because we had a slight disagreement that the left en masse is referring to Cenk as a Nazi. Good faith actors on the left have never called Cenk a Nazi. There are reactionaries on the left, people that just want to, get a rise out of others. And sure, those are some random accounts. But if you let them get under your skin, you're in the wrong profession. If some, account with 2 followers is bothering you, you're in the wrong profession. And Cenk talks about like, oh, if they punch you in the face 13 times, you're going to punch back. I have seen Cenk punch down first plenty of times. I've seen him launch attacks on randos on Twitter because they just said, hey, why don't you talk to someone about this? And Cenk immediately launched into insults towards this random person on Twitter. I've seen him condescend, like when Benny was talking about her situation and stuff that happened. The condescending tones in Cenk's tweets towards her. Come on. Cenk does a lot of the punching first because Cenk is a bully. He is a bully. And, when he's fighting for, calling out Israel for their genocide, it works in our favor. And he's very good at being loud, and it's kind of cathartic seeing him, yell and scream at Piers Morgan about it and stuff. But he's still being a bully. And that's what Cenk is. When he's launching all these attacks on these leftists who, again, at the beginning, in very good faith and nature, tried reaching him. And he's just completely, nope, you're wrong. You're all dirtbag, you're dirty douchebag leftists, and I'm the only true leftist.
You majority report,
but I never changed my policy.
All of this because
Why are you hyper personalizing it?
Because
just because I called you a Nazi, now it's personal to you.
Because myself, you majority report,
but I never changed my policy.
All of this is
He absolutely changed his policy. Just months, there's video evidence of it. When the Serfs was reviewing this, the Serfs actually go back to the video on TYT where Cenk was launching his campaign to run as president, where he was saying, you know, oh, Trump is a fascist and he needs to be fought against and all that sort of stuff. In just a few months, he's completely changed his policy on that. You know, I know Anna has definitely changed her policy because there's clips of her saying, oh, inclusive language is not a big deal. That definitely changed. They've changed their policies on a lot of different things. And maybe it's not so much that they changed their policies, it's more that they've become more honest about them. So maybe, again, if you look at it that way, maybe in his eyes, he hasn't changed his policies. He's just becoming more honest about what they actually were in the first place.
Is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. And whenever there's like drama, for example, I've been getting attacked mercilessly by my former podcast co-host that has been actively trying to deplatform me for the past 2 months because he thinks that, or he's claiming that I am creating a space that is anti-Semitic. The way I've dealt with that, for the most part, is by just actively ignoring it leading up to the election because I was like, this is some silly nonsense. And in the aftermath, I covered some of the broader points and I've moved on. If you extend the conflict that way, instead of trying to find a reasonable middle ground, and even show humility in a certain, I don't agree. Even show humility instead of saying I'm right, there's never going to be any sort of real solidarity.
Why am I going to show humility to you, a bunch of idiots who are wrong?
Because I
like what?
Why would I ever acknowledge that I was wrong and show humility? And then also referring to them as idiots. Again, the name calling and stuff that he seems to get so offended by when, you know, fake names are launched at him. When people supposedly call him Nazi, he's so offended by that, but he's openly calling people on the left idiots right now.
What does humility mean? Like, oh, maybe you're right about your dumb opinion that's going to cost us this election. Okay. Maybe you're right about your dumb opinion that gets the majority of the country to hate us when our economic positions are overwhelmingly popular. Maybe you making us intensely unpopular when we should be focusing on universal health care, higher wages, paid family leave. But you idiots hate policy. All you want is identity politic bullshit, and you think that drives ratings, and you want me to show humility to those morons? None.
Let's have a.
So right there, he's basically saying, I am not going to sit down and listen to anyone who disagrees with me. I'm not going to give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm not going to think that maybe they're coming from a good faith perspective. I'm not going to listen to their arguments because I already don't agree with them. Cenk has said time and time again that it does not matter what kind of evidence is shown to him, who says what, he will never change his mind on trans women and women's sports. That is not a position of strength, that is a position of weakness. I am open to having my mind changed on anything if I am presented with actual factual information, with people telling me their stories, with lived experience. I will have my mind changed about anything. And I have over the years. I've grown on things. And that's not a sign of weakness. That is a sign of growth. And Cenk is refusing it right now. He is actively saying, I don't want to grow. I don't want to learn. I don't want to acknowledge I'm wrong on anything. And he's doing it at the detriment of entire groups of people.
A meta conversation really quickly about the ways in which branding works online.
So I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit to the next point that I kind of wanted to get to.
Virtually every single issue. So in many respects, we are all aligned on virtually every single issue. So in many respects, you feel chastised individually. You feel like you've been outcast by the left or whatever, like the media representation of the left is.
They're not the left. I'm the left.
Okay.
No, 100%. And you agree with that.
Okay.
Again, this is the thing where he's like, No, no, no. Those radicals who claim that they're the purists, that they're the left, that you have to agree with us 100%, or else you're not part of the left. Those radical, dirty douchebags, they're not the real left. I'm the left. This capitalist lover is the left. That's what Cenk is doing right now. In that exact phrase, he is showing his hypocrisy. To sit there and claim, how dare they claim to be the left when I'm the real left? Yeah, I'm feeling it, Hasan. I'm feeling it too.
Please, just
no,
listen.
No, because we have to.
But you're
no,
not the
because,
singular
look, the
force.
Idiots are making.
Again, please, will you listen? No. That's not a sign of strength. That's a refusal to listen to an argument, to acknowledge you might be wrong, to grow on a situation. That's not strength. That is profound weakness and insecurity.
Everyone think they are the left. They're like, we're the left, we're the real left. Okay, we are super extreme. We want free surgeries for every criminal. Yes, we're the left. And oh, Nazi. And Hus, what happens? People think they are the left. So if you say you're right.
Yeah, I think all criminals should have free surgery because, it's up to the state to look after them. And if they need a surgery while they're being incarcerated, they absolutely should have surgery covered. But then so should everyone else. Universal health care. Surgeries for everyone. Every type of surgery a person needs should be able to get. Radical, douchey, dirty, douchebag lefty right here.
Cenk, those are the extreme idiot left.
I don't
and
think
you
that
are
they're
the left,
extreme,
and I'm okay.
No, I don't think those are the extreme idiot left. I think that there is going to be a diversity of thought in any issue that people have, and it's a matter of who you make your enemies in the finite amount of time that we have on the space, the finite amount of time that we have, living on planet Earth. It's about the economy of time and utilizing it appropriately. I don't spend any time. I do not spend any
just
time.
Let him attack you and sit there and don't correct anything. Let all the lies fester. Okay.
So you're just saying that we sit by and let them attack you and blah, blah, blah. So what? Are you saying that us, these dirty douchebag lefties, that we should just sit by and let TYT attack our movements and say nothing and never push back? So it's okay for, we should just sit back and never push back on Cenk. See, he would think it's inconceivable for him to not push back whenever he feels threatened. But how dare anyone else on the left push back against him when they have a disagreement?
Yes.
Wait, you didn't let me finish. So Dave Rubin, now he's a laughingstock. Then Jimmy Dore comes in
because Dave Rubin is a right winger.
Yeah.
Majority Report is not.
So you're saying
you are in agreement with the Majority Report.
No, hold on. Let me finish the thought. So on Jimmy Dore, he comes in and goes, oh, they're paid by Nancy Pelosi, they're paid by the CIA. Lunatic, right? And so we let it fester. Finally, we're like, get this out of here, and we tell the people truth and we crush him. Now he's a joke on the internet, right? So we go on, and anytime we don't fight, it festers. Anytime we do fight, we crush them and we move the on, and nobody thinks Jimmy Dore's the left anymore. Nobody thinks Dave Rubin's the left anymore. And so now,
and soon nobody will think TYT is the left anymore.
These guys come and attack us going, yeah, we're the real left, we're the real left.
There's a difference,
and you're saying, no, don't crush them. Just let them fester and have people pretend that they're the real left. No, we don't do that. So if you're going to say stupid shit and you're going to try to punch us in the face, we're going to punch you back, not on our behalf, on behalf of Democratic voters who you are lying about. The Democratic voters do not agree with you. They agree with us. So sad day for you, and I'm not going to let you lie and pretend that the Democratic voters are on your side.
Okay.
Cenk has literally been lying, saying that it's because Harris went too hard, too progressive with trans issues that they lost the fucking election. Cenk is lying about that. And again, it doesn't matter where the majority of the perception of what people think when it comes to trans women in women's sports and in women's places. Okay, we do not support principled values based on popularity. You know, we believe in equal treatment in human rights, and that, you know, a trans woman is a woman. And so therefore she should get all the same access to places, to life, to live their life as a cis woman has. That's what that is. But no, oh no, because since the majority of the population doesn't agree with that 100%, therefore we shouldn't be advocating for it, and we're causing the problems, and we're being too loud about it, and we're doing it all wrong. No, it is our responsibilities as, you know, education, infotainment influencers out there to help change minds, to help get the talking points out there, to help let people, you know, again, have a place that they can go where they can feel safe, where they can actually feel accepted and understood. That's what we should be doing, but TYT has been excluding a large part of their audience. Like, they are losing their queer audience like nobody's business, because they can't stand watching them anymore because it's constant attacks. He is literally blaming trans people for Harris losing the election, even though she didn't acknowledge them at all during this.
You're a liar,
Okay,
and
okay.
they're not on your
We
side.
gotta- we
Do you
gotta-
agree that the Democratic voters are on my side?
I don't care what the Democratic voters
okay,
are
all
on,
right.
of whichever side they're on right now. We've lost the plot. Okay.
No,
we've completely lost the plot, because now the conversation is about like you know, the serfs or Majority Report, and I think that's a completely and utterly unproductive conversation to
Your
have.
strategy is when grifters on the left attack you, whether it's
I don't think they're
Rubin,
grifters.
I think Cedar's a grifter. When
Excuse me, what?
I disagree.
Okay, whether it's
I don't think
Rubin,
they're grifters.
I think Cedar's a grifter. When
You calling Sam Cedar a grifter? Sir, do you know what the word grifter means? I'll get into a point about this. I just can't remember if there was a little bit more to this before I show how much of a grifter Sam Cedar is.
I disagree.
Okay. Oh, by the way, so now all of a sudden you're defending Cedar. When he calls me a grifter, you don't defend.
I don't. First of all, I've never heard him call you a grifter.
He's called me every name in the book. 'Cause
Okay.
He's a low rent
Stop,
grifter.
Stop.
Okay. No. I'll tell you. I'll out him right now.
So again, with the names, with the lies, I don't recall Sam saying directly that Cenk is a grifter. And I watch every episode of the Majority Report. Nothing comes to mind. And here is Sam just launching these attacks, and here's Cenk just launching these attacks on Sam, calling Sam names while accusing Sam of calling Cenk every name under the book. And the thing is that Sam and Emma are, generally speaking, reluctant to talk about this shit, because Emma in particular used to be part of the network. She had friends there. She still has some friends there. But to call Sam Cedar a grifter, when Cenk is now shooting his videos, his live streams, out of the Polymarket studio. Okay, he's being sponsored by the Polymarket. And for those of you who don't know what that is, it is an online gambling forum to make money off of predicting like who will be the next Minister of Finance and all that sort of bullshit. It is actually banned in the United States. You can't do this online gambling through Polymarket in the United States. And yet TYT is being funded by them right now. And so now all of a sudden, Polymarket, great. I'm sorry, who's the fucking grifter here? Where's that book that you kept on saying that you were going to sell and you had people buy copies of and whatnot? Again, what was that whole presidential run where you were making money off of your audience to run for president when you knew you had no chance of winning, like not even close to remote. In fact, it wasn't even that you knew you didn't have a chance. You weren't qualified to run, and you were asking your audience for money. Every time I've watched a clip recently, which is very rare, to be honest, halfway through, a third of the way through, you're inserting ads for people to become members, to pay money, to give more money to TYT, and you insert it now in all of your clipped videos. When he does one of his little live streams because of an important thing that comes up, all throughout it, he's like, give us money, 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 become a member, member, all of that sort of stuff. And you're calling Sam Seder a grifter. I'm a member of the Majority Report. I used to be a paid member, but I can't afford to be a member anymore because I'm broke. I'm still a member and get all the perks members get. Why? Because Sam and Emma regularly on their show say, if you want to become a member, but you can't afford it right now, let us know and we'll make sure that you're given access, because getting that information out there is more important. They regularly say, if you don't have the money, if you're tight on cash, do not become members. It's all about look after yourselves first. It's only if you have the extra money lying around to then become a member. And they do need it, I don't think Majority Report is hurting that much, but they probably do need more members. But they are a much smaller operation than TYT. But they're never always in your face about it. There's at the end of some video clips from the Majority Report, Sam saying, hey, become a member, but it's done in kind of like a playful little way. Whereas all the clips from TYT, it's almost demanding. It's not playful. It is, you need to become a member. You need to support us, to help us, to do this, to do that. But to show you again just how much of a grifter Sam is, there was this. This is from the Majority Report live show on the 27th. So this was the day before Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving, also Sam's birthday. What a lovely birthday treat for Sam. And this is on their live show. Just the day before, Cenk is out there calling Sam Seder a dirty grifter.
We will also not be doing the show on, well,
that
enforcement on wealthy people.
Sorry as I find the exact timestamp because it moves around when you click away from it. There we
For
go.
$500, Majority Report listeners. Charlie Tuna says for $500, Majority Report listeners can purchase a Matt Gaetz cameo happy birthday message for Sam.
Well, let's not give that idiot money, please.
Yeah, come on.
No.
Because it might be going, allegedly, to some sex acts with underage people.
Or even it might be going to sustain Matt Gaetz, and that's also bad.
He has plenty of money. He doesn't need money. I would rather just actually, you want to spend $500 for my birthday, donate it to the family that we've had on for GoFundMe. We can put that on in Gaza and the bakery that they've been working on. We'll put a link in there. So if you want to spend some money, for my birthday, that would be a great way of doing it.
What a fucking grifter. Oh my God. Holy, can you grift any harder? Damn it. Could you be more selfless? Like, Oh my God, how much of a fucking grifter are you, Sam? Telling people, to not give you money on your birthday and instead donate it to a good cause. How dare you? You dirty grifter. And this is, again, I think part of the reason why Cenk is so put off by Sam is that Sam really shows Cenk what integrity looks like, and it probably hurts a little. Sam shows Cenk what it means to have integrity. And so even though they're around the same age, somehow Sam is still doing it and Cenk isn't. Sam is reflecting back to Cenk all of his insecurities and just kind of amplifying them. And I think that's part of the reason why Cenk is so upset with Sam, because here's somebody around his age doing everything Cenk used to claim he was. Calling Sam Cedar a grifter. That's fucking low. Because how exactly is he grifting? Where Cenk, again, is constantly asking for money, constantly accepting these big donations or, investments from groups. Even when it comes to the sponsors of the show, the Majority Report has turned down some because they don't agree with them, principally. One of their longest running sponsors is their coffee, who is fair traded, ethically sourced, co-op owned coffee. They're not being sponsored by the poly market. TYT is. Who's the fucking grifter? Yet, Sam, again, as far as I know, has never called him a grifter.
When we were in Vegas together, when we were in the same network, he starts attacking Jimmy Dore. And I say, hey, cut this shit out. I agree with you, not Jimmy, but you're attacking him in a way that is over the top and totally unnecessary and counterproductive. And you know what Sam said to me? Sam said, oh, well, he has a bigger audience than me. So if I do that, I'm going to siphon off of his audience. You know why I siphon off? Oh, because I am right and he is wrong. And the audience deserves to hear my truth. So he's doing the same thing to us.
Agree.
No. Sam has talked plenty of times about trying to get into the algorithms of these right-wing grifters, of going onto their shows and stuff so he can gain access to their audience. That is normal content creator stuff. Me covering TYT right now, yeah, this video will probably get better numbers than, my video about Doug Ford spending $100 million on Starlink. That's normal. But the reason why Sam also does it is because he's trying to plant seeds. He's trying to access the audience, not to siphon them off, because let's face it, that's not going to happen. He's doing it to plant seeds, to change their mind, to get them to start questioning, what's going on. And then if they start questioning it and start checking out the Majority Report even more, that's a bonus. That's the bonus. That's not the primary goal. The primary goal is to get them to question who this right-wing commentator, what he's saying, is that right? How valid is it? Or, oh, that's an interesting perspective I haven't heard before. And then, like I said, and then if they start going over the Majority Report, it's a bonus. But it's also perfectly normal, common, tactics when you're a content creator to reference other shows, to want to be on other shows, to help with the algorithms. You have to play them to some extent. I suck at it, which is why, I have trouble growing my channel. I'm not that good at playing that game. But yeah, I want to get onto the larger shows, I'd love to be on the Leftist Mafia, to appear on the Vanguard and all this sort of stuff. Why? Because it would help my show. It's not so then I would siphon off their audience but then we could share more of their audience, because there's a lot of crossover with my Sandbox to the chats of all these other shows. And I'm not trying to steal them away. I would just like to have them come play in my Sandbox too, as well. Not, not take them away from other leftist shows. I want all leftist shows to thrive and succeed. And the more, the better. We need more leftist content creators. We need more lefties supporting each other. And something that TYT and Cenk in particular is very piss poor at doing is supporting other lefty content creators, because Cenk over and over will say TYT is the only place to go for leftist media. It's the only one telling the truth. Where I have yet to hear any of these other lefties, the Power Report, the Serves, Rational National, Humanist Report, me, Matt Binder, I have yet to hear any of us be like, oh, we're the only place that you can go to get the information you need. I regularly hear the Majority Report, people call in and send in IMs and stuff to plug their channels. And they've had, they are more than happy to plug other people's channels when they call in. Even channels that are on the right wing, they're more than happy to say, yeah, plug your stuff. I regularly forget when I call in, and I think they forget too, because a lot of the audience knows Sandy from Ontario is left of the box. But still, I need to remember to plug it. And you know what? Sam would be completely fine with me plugging it every time I call in or send in an IM. However, when I worked for TYT's Rebel HQ, I was not allowed to shout out my YouTube channel. It wasn't until the last week I was there, the last few videos I made, that I was finally able to say, you can find me on YouTube at LeftoftheBox. So, again, how much this whole cross algorithm thing, this whole sharing audience thing, yeah, Sam does want to get into the algorithms of these right-wingers to help people learn and become, less of a right-winger, to educate them, to bring them over, to help them to see the light. It's not about numbers to Sam. It's not about playing the algorithm to gain more audience for Sam. But you can tell a lot of the content in TYT is geared towards specifically the clicks, just the algorithms. It's not about messaging. It's about getting as many views as possible. Where, yeah, sure, Sam and Emma, they would love to have more views on their videos, but they don't tailor make their videos for views specifically. They talk about the issues that are important to them. And that's why maybe their channel hasn't exploded the same way as TYT has. Who knows? But they also haven't been backed by millionaires.
But you agree with him.
And I told him not to do it.
But you agree with him that Jimmy Dore is
no, this was pre-Jimmy going full right-wing, full lunatic.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay, but
on that particular issue they were debating about, I agreed with Sam and not Jimmy. I don't mind him saying, hey, I don't agree with Jimmy. What I minded is him saying, oh, Jimmy is terrible and bad intent and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
but brother, he hadn't even done that yet.
He disagrees.
I don't think Sam ever said he's terrible and had bad intent back then anyway. All this does is show Sam had an idea of who Jimmy Dore was well before Cenk did. That's all this is Sam kind of had a feeling about what Jimmy Dore was all about way back then. And even I remember their debate about the whole Moon in the Lake, Michigan thing about the Supreme Court justices or judges and stuff. And I don't even recall Sam back then saying that Jimmy is a terrible person or anything. But Sam knew Jimmy was wrong on these issues and was calling him out on these issues. And I think on some level he also knew Jimmy was about to go down this right-wing grift. And part of the reason why I've heard Sam be a little bit more reluctant to call out TYT is he wants to make sure that it is an actual turn before he starts chiming in. Because I've heard him say that he's not against talking about it, but I think he wants to see if it's a pattern and not just a couple one-off instances with a lot of their rhetoric. And when it becomes a pattern, an undeniable pattern, that's when you'll probably see Sam get a little bit more aggressive towards covering TYT's talking points.
Agrees with Jimmy Dore on this on
But
whichever
he
issue.
did it with
What
bad
was it on?
intent, Haas.
What was it on?
He says, I don't even remember. It's irrelevant. What he says
Yeah, it was all about bad intent. What do you say? I don't even know.
is he literally told me I try to take other people's audience by getting into their basically next to their algorithm, right?
Can we?
So if
Can I ask you
you've
some
got
questions?
a guy like
Can I
that
ask
who
you
has
some
bad
questions?
intent, you're saying if you deem him right wing, you should attack him. But if you deem him left wing, you should let him lie about you.
Can
you
I-
should let him call you every name in the book.
No.
You should let him pretend he represents the left when he doesn't represent the left. He doesn't
Call you every name in the book. And what has Cenk been doing this entire time to the left?
represent
Listen to me,
Democrats.
please.
You should let him trick people into thinking that the Democrats are super unpopular, that the left wing is super unpopular. No, I'm not going to let him trick people into thinking that.
Okay, listen. Same
The Democrats are super unpopular.
Cedar or any number of different left-wing content creators have no bearing on the actual policies that the Republican right are implementing. No, they don't. They don't.
Why did Kamala
You're
Harris
out of your
say-
mind. You're
no,
just, you're,
Why
you're,
did Kamala Harris in 2019 say on tape that transgender detainees should get surgery if they're undocumented immigrants? She said it because there was hold on, Haas, let me finish. Because there was enormous
I can't even
pressure.
talk about my own
There was
show.
enormous pressure from the radical left to say, "Oh yeah, you got to be pro transgender detainee immigrant surgery. You have to. Otherwise, you're not left enough." And she's an idiot. She doesn't have any thoughts in her head.
She got-
So she
she-
was like,
she
"Oh,
got-
okay, I'll adopt that."
So much just right there. It's like, so why did Kamala Harris, like 5 years ago, say this one thing when, if you put it in context, she was referring to surgeries, trans surgery, gender affirming care surgery for prisoners, which was also a Trump policy, because again, if people are being imprisoned, it's up to the state to look after their healthcare needs. So that was also a Trump policy as well as a Kamala Harris policy. But then here he is insulting Harris, calling her an idiot with no thought in her head, insulting her, and again, just somehow going back to this thing that happened 5 years ago, which wasn't an extreme leftist policy, but somehow, because we were so vicious back then, that we forced her to, off the hand, whatever, one time say trans people in prisons should be able to get surgery. That because of that happening 5 years ago, it cost Harris the election this month. What the fuck is wrong with you, Cenk? And then you insult her intelligence and call her an idiot with no thought in her head. But then you're afraid of being called names by the left.
That position. And it was because of the extreme left that she adopted that position. Because she's an empty vessel.
You are literally attributing the consistent thing that you also agree that Kamala Harris is a bad politician with bad instincts and did not have a good way to communicate what she would have done differently for trans people, okay, to Majority Report and any number of different like extreme leftist outlets that literally get a fraction of the views that I get in this regard. Like, no disrespect to them, but like all of us combined do not have the same motion. You're talking about the special interest
You never
groups.
fight them, so nobody knows. Everybody thinks you're extreme left. Everybody thinks that you're the woke left extraordinaire. Right, so like, and why do they think that? Apparently, you don't agree, but they think that because you don't actually ever fight on this issue. You don't delineate.
The reality is the way that people are presented by others ends up changing the perception that they have in the minds of a lot of people that are they're simply just not paying attention. I come at it from a much more understanding point of view, and I understand that there is a large tent of people with a diversity of different opinions. And there are moments where I will yell at a chatter, but outside of that, in terms of the finite amount of time we have spending, I find it more productive to spend it focusing on the actual people who hold the levers of power rather than people who I'm aligned with almost entirely, whether it be yourself with some very major disagreements or even same-seater and the like.
But
That's it.
Haas, you're making it sound like
Presenting
we
yourself,
just have a difference of agreement.
No, presenting yourself
no,
as
but we don't
an
have
intellectual.
Haas,
presenting yourself as the opposite of these people, okay, serves no purpose. It just only makes you.
You know, I kind of feel like, you know, to throw back to one of the stories I covered earlier today, I feel like this is Justin Trudeau talking to Trump about what a tariff is. Having to try to calmly explain, you know, how this works. Well, Trump is like, I'm just going to put money in it. And Justin Trudeau is just like, now this is, so you put money on that, and then it's going to make everyone's life worse. It feels like this is the same dynamic going on right here.
You look like you're the moderate voice in here, and they're the extreme voices and whatever.
That's true, though.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just make your argument and move on and focus on the things that do matter.
Say the same thing to them because they're the ones that's look, intent matters, Haas. Intent matters. Look, you know how many people disagree with me in Young Turks hosts? So I had this giant same exact debate we were having about the trans ad with Jordan Yule and with Jules Sulzdev. This is the one time I get it wrong, Jules. I love those guys. Francesca's in our network. I disagree with them all the time. We have the debates on air. There's nothing wrong with those debates. That's wonderful. No problem at all. Where I draw the line is bad intent.
Yeah, when I have disagreements with
So where are all the trans and queer contributors to TYT? Where'd they all go? Are there any even there anymore? Funny how that worked. Okay, I think that's part of what I wanted to cover there, and I think it's just a couple more small places, but let's listen just a little bit longer to make sure that I'm not forgetting something I wanted to mention in this part.
With any number of different people on any other networks, I say, ultimately, I don't care. We are aligned in this fight. We care about protecting undocumented immigrants. We care about protecting trans people. And I'm not going to pay too much attention to this because ultimately, I don't give a shit if there are disagreements. I have disagreements with my friends all the time. Ultimately, if I think someone is, if someone is almost entirely aligned with me on a lot of these key issues, then I see no reason.
And they call you a Nazi and a grifter. You say, okay,
it doesn't matter. People call me. Yes.
Okay,
people
no
call me
problem.
all of it.
Okay,
I think it's ridiculous that if it's coming from the right,
Haas,
if it's coming from the right, then you can use that as an opportunity to show
politics.
why they're ridiculous.
No, but let's get back to politics. So
okay, so let's just skip up to. This is like a throwaway sentence that I just kind of found interesting. I think it's here.
Vilify them and make them silly or make them feel silly or even turn around. I mean, there's a lot of academic literature on this, Cenk, by very...
I know, I don't give a shit. I read the academic literature and it's dumb.
Okay.
You can't academic your way out of... I let all the rapists go. Oh,
Dude,
but it's okay,
not-
I'm a professor.
Look,
I wrote
listen,
13 books about it.
That's not...
Just out there acknowledging that you don't read, that you don't listen to, pay attention to academic literature on things. Yeah, that's the alpha leftist move there. Just acknowledging that you don't bother to look into the things that you're covering, the subjects that you're covering. Good to know. Good to know. And yeah, it checks out. Your commentary, that's in line with your commentary, 100%. And then the last teeny tiny bit that I wanted to get to on this before a tweet or two, and then wrapping it up.
Doing that. They do it to me all the time. It doesn't matter.
All right. Okay.
What
So, but
matters
you know
is
who has good intent and who has bad intent.
no. What matters is the way you deal with it. That's what matters. If you highlight it, if you focus on it, if you constantly harp on it, then more
I'm
and
done
more
with it.
people
I'm
are
done with
gonna.
it.
More and more people are going to yell at you over it. That's it.
Okay,
People,
I don't mind. I don't mind.
A lot of people
and then
are.
I'm going to yell at them, and then they're going to cry.
No,
so that's the
a lot
pattern.
of people are lost. A lot of people are.
Who's crying, Cenk? When you're sitting there like, you call me, I'm sitting in dirty camping. Who's crying? Who's crying?
Alienated. They're looking for a sense of community and a sense of purpose. So when you become the guy that they're going to yell at that is responsive to it, and I know this from my own personal career, I've done this mistake. I've made this mistake time and time again, and I still sometimes
I'm
contribute
not doing
to
it to randos. I'm doing it to the host who have bad intent, who
yeah.
say, "Oh yeah, they're not pure. They're doing it for money." We're brothers and sisters. Hey, by the way, all the guys who said we're going to turn.
Yeah, he has absolutely done this to randos and attacked randos on Twitter all the fucking time.
MAGA. And we're going to take money. Where the fuck is it?
I mean,
where's the money? Where's MAGA? Where is it? What
like
happened?
I think the appropriate thing
Okay,
for
so you were full of shit.
I think
right,
the
all of you?
appropriate thing for example, Sam to do in the future, other than like having a direct conversation with you guys, whether on camera or off camera, would be not to even respond to the fact that you called him a grifter. You know what I mean? In this conversation.
And no, here's what he'll do instead. And now that we're saying it, it changes tactic. But if we hadn't said anything,
I love how he just set that up right there, where it's like, oh, this is what Sam will say. And then there's that moment of doubt of maybe he won't. So, well, maybe he's going to now change what he would have said because we're saying this. And Sam is apparently obsessed with listening to everything Cenk says. So Sam is intently watching this on his birthday on Thanksgiving.
he would have said, I can't believe Cenk said this about me. Cenk is such a bad guy. Cenk is a right-winger. Cenk is a right-winger. He's doing it for money. Cenk's a right-winger. I'm pure. I'm the purest guy on the left. Oh my God, we have to agree with every single extreme position because they're not extreme. They're the most America agrees with, what only 2% of the country actually agrees with. Cenk is a bad guy. Cenk's a grifter. Cenk's a Nazi. Okay, all right.
I don't think that they demonstrate an unpopular idea. And
okay, what the fuck was that again? No, Sam would not act like that at all. Because Sam is, there's a word, and it's not just about the physical, but it's also about the mental. It's called mature. You know, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't act like that. He doesn't call people grifters. He doesn't throw that out there randomly. Like, he does call some people grifters, but it's well earned. But then what the fuck was this?
With what only 2% of the country actually agrees with. Cenk is a bad guy. Cenk's a grifter. Cenk's a Nazi. Okay, all right.
I don't think that they're
sitting there waving around your middle fingers.
I don't think that they demonstrate an unpopular.
I'm not saying Sam would never do this, but like I said, I watch pretty much every episode of the Majority Report. I don't recall Sam just going there like, look, oh no, I disagree with you. Cenk is so threatened by Sam. It's pathetic. Like, it is just so pathetic how threatened he is by Sam. And meanwhile, for the most part, I seriously doubt Sam cares about Cenk. And he has said as much that, you know, neither like nor dislike, doesn't really have a relationship with him. He's maybe talked to him a few times. Sam is not spending his Thanksgiving and birthday thinking, you know, that Cenk guy is such a horrible person, you know, just such a grifter and a horrible person. And, you know, I can't even enjoy my turkey right now because all I can think about is how much Cenk is like this massive alpha male that I'll never be able to compare to and all this sort of stuff. I don't think Sam is worried about that right now. And even if it wasn't for all the other shit going on in Sam's life right now, I still don't think he'd be, occupying any of his mental free time thinking about what Cenk is up to, what he's saying, how he's presenting, whether or not he's a grifter. And I don't think Sam is going to go on and cry, on Monday, get onto the Majority Report and cry about how badly called out he was by Cenk. He's not going to do that in the Majority Report. Now, what Hasan is saying is that the best thing Sam could do is not respond to it. I'm fairly certain Sam is going to respond to it because as much as Sam doesn't think about Cenk, Sam also likes this type of hostile back and forth. He likes getting a little dirty with these hostile back and forths. It wouldn't surprise me if he says something, but nothing like what Cenk is thinking. But Sam can have a little bit of fun with these sorts of things, and to Sam, that's all it is a little bit of fun. But I think it's starting to reach the point now where if the Majority Report crew does talk about TYT, it's going to be more in the manner of how they would talk about Dave Rubin or Jimmy Dore or Stephen Crowder. I think it's starting to enter that territory now. And it won't be the crew of the Majority Report crying about it.
Popular idea, and neither do I. And like if my position was so unsustainable and so unpopular, I don't think I'd be the largest content creator on the North American continent for leftist positions. Like there is definitely a lot of people who understand where I'm coming from.
All right,
and
I'm not going to get into a network size here.
What?
All right, last thing. What do you want me to call you guys?
Yeah, not going to start bragging about sizes now, are we?
I don't know. You can do whatever. You can say whatever you want.
Identitarian left is so clunky.
What?
Extreme left seems like an insult. How about max left? I don't know. You tell me. What do you want to? Because we disagree on these things, right? So I gotta have.
You can be on the left and disagree with things, and we don't need our own name to separate us from Cenk because we're on the left. Cenk is on the left with some issues. He doesn't spend most of his time there anymore. Oh. But on a lot of key, very important issues, Cenk is not on the left. Which is why any sort of claim that he might have to being a progressive, no. And so just wanted to bring up this tweet. So this was tweeted out the same day. I don't know if it was before or after Thanksgiving, but I just found it kind of ironic. I don't know. A little, what's the word? It's not hypocritical, but there's a word in there where it's like, I'm sorry, what? So Cenk tweeted this out. What the right doesn't know is that buried inside the left is the nicest, sweetest people you'll ever meet. Since people mainly see either the most extreme leftists or corporate Democrats, what they don't see is the well-meaning, kind, caring, and thoughtful left I see. The only way I could read this was as sarcastic coming from Cenk, considering everything he was just saying during that discussion with Hasan. Yeah, on the left, on the radical extreme left, are the nicest, most caring, compassionate people I have ever met. You know, the amount of support that I've gotten from this community that, has been created through not just, my Sandbox, but through the chats of all the other places, the community that we've built, the Majority Report community, the serfs and, Humus Report, the Power Report, all of that, the community that we've built is a damn fine community of wonderful people. And literally, when I was struggling and I was in need of help and support with my dear cat Frodo, all of you were there for me. I would not be able to to do this channel, to do this work on as much of a regular basis as I can if it wasn't for the support of this wonderful community. And I just heard Cenk for 3 hours refer to them as dirtbags, idiots, losers, liars, horrible people. The people in my life, in our community, Cenk is referring to them like that. And then here he is, oh no, but there's like the well-meaning kind, because people mainly see either the most extreme leftists, because apparently the most extreme leftists like me aren't kind and caring people. So the only way I was able to read this tweet from Cenk was as sarcastic. Because, people on the right would be happy to see that I no longer exist in this world. People on the left, I think, would have concerns. It is really just gross, this turn from Cenk. Because like a lot of people, I admired what he used to be. Again, TYT inspired me to get involved with politics. I haven't read this part. The average Americans who want to make sure their fellow citizens are taken care of. No one gets attacked for who they are and who usually worry about themselves last. There's a reason why Bernie's slogan was fight for someone you don't know, because that's the instinct we have. You don't know a lot of people who are trans. I'm just saying. It'd be nice if you actually fought for them as opposed against them. Just again, this whole rhetoric coming from him in these tweets is just so apathetical to what he was just saying for those 3 hours. And it's not just those 3 hours. Again, part of the reason why I can't even bother or get through a lot of their clips, even though it's like, oh, this might be an interesting story, is because he will randomly attack leftists in it and dismiss radical leftists, like the people in this community, like me, as being unreasonable and all that sort of stuff. I don't see people on the radical left attacking other leftists for being who they are. We'll attack ideas. We'll do that. We'll call out people for having, bigoted, phobic remarks. We'll do that. Mm-hmm. But no one on the left that I know of who is like authentically on the left has attacked me for being non-binary, for, being queer, for being disabled, for having mental health issues. I don't see people on the left. Like, there are times when maybe they'll say something that is ableist or whatnot, and if you mention it to them, they'll be like, oh, sorry, my bad. Okay, I get what you're saying. They'll listen. But nobody's attacking me for being autistic on the left that I know of. So, but I was just attacked by Cenk for almost 3 hours in that video. Specifically the area around trans issues. Just kind of curious, this Laura Loomer tweet right under his. Laura Loomer, hey guys, we called you Nazis for 9 years and we pushed to have you debanked in silence, and We defamed you and called you insurrectionists, but we are so sweet and kind. We are going to decide who the right deserves to have a voice and who doesn't, just to trust us. We really have your best interest in mind. Just 3 days ago, Cenk and Anna were calling conservatives evil and vile on their show. They want to be arbiters of who has a voice and who doesn't, but they don't think we have nice people on the right. Anyone who pushes for accountability isn't nice. There's not that many. There are bad people who can do nice things. But a lot of the principles and stuff, like Anna saying, oh, there was a guy in the stairwell that helped me with my bike and he was nice and he was a Trump supporter, so now I have to rethink my entire worldview. That's what they believe. If you want accountability, you're a bad person. That's what they believe. So that's a nonsense tweet from Laura Loomer. She also replied to Anna Kasparian as well over something Anna Kasparian said. Because here's the thing, Cenk. You're not a leopard. You're voting for the Lepers Eating Faces party. You're not a leopard. Your time will come. As much as you want to cozy up to MAGA, support Trump suddenly, say, oh, it's not so bad, as much as Anna want to say 2025, Project 2025 isn't that bad. All of that. You know, someday your face is going to be on the menu for those leopards. Just so sad to see the direction that they've gone. And it makes you, like, it can make people worried to have faith in anyone. Because when they came out, like, being so strong, progressives, the home of progressives, it makes people, I think, a little bit wary to have faith in others, especially content creators, because if TYT can turn this hard, then how can you tell anyone is being authentic? And so you might become more disengaged, you might become more unplugged because, you know, it's hard to put your resources, your mental, your emotional, your financial resources into anyone and then see it get totally misused, destroyed, for the people to not be who you thought. Like, again, for me to put my financial resources into getting MR merch speaks volumes of what I think of them. But like I said at the beginning of all of this, that faith I have in the majority report is absolutely conditional. And it would be devastating if suddenly they turn face and accuse trans people as to the reason why Democrats lost the election. Although that's not something they're going to do, so I'm not terribly worried about it. But if you're not that plugged into any of these networks, how would you know? You know, you haven't watched the hours upon hours and hours of Majority Report as I have or something. So how would you know Sam is being authentic in his videos and his reports and stuff? How would you know Dan from the web is? How would you know Lance is? How would you know I am? That maybe I'm just talking about TYT to grift and get more of their viewers and siphon off their audience and get, you know, my channel up to astronomically high levels and I can live rich off of that. And it's hard to build a movement when you have that level of suspicion among people. When you have people afraid or timid to put their faith in others, it's really hard to build a movement. And so what Cenk at TYT is doing is devastating on so many levels to completely disrupt the movement, to make it harder for people to connect, to you know, fragment off the left into these different groups. So, you know, people who are queer, they're losing that audience over there. Really fast, they're losing that audience. You know, you just look at everyone who has left the network, everyone with principles. You know, there are still some people there, but, you know, I don't know. Maybe it has to do with contracts, the fact that they just had kids, they need their health care. In the States, unfortunately, people are tied to jobs through healthcare a lot more. But you look, I don't think they have any queer contributors anymore. Look at the mods leaving. All the mods who have left because they had principal stance and they saw where TYT was going and they didn't agree. And instead of addressing those concerns, TYT was, oh, don't let the doors hit you on the ass on the way out type thing. And from what I've heard in the Sandbox is that the chats for TYT have become impossible to be in if you're queer and especially if you're trans. That there's a lot of garbage going around those chats. So what TYT right now is doing is really fragmenting the leftist movement and really dividing the left in a way that is so unnecessary. And a lot of it has to do with money and clicks and just this need to be relevant. He's, being a detriment to the movement because he needs to be relevant. So disappointing. But I am interested to see if Sam will say anything about it on Monday. I don't know if it would be a high priority. They're going to get IMs about it. They're going to get calls about it, no doubt about it. So it will be, I'm very interested because as much as I don't like to participate in the drama, I do like watching it from time to time. Especially when I know Sam is in the right on this one, and he's probably really, if he says anything, it's going to embarrass Cenk, just with how Sam responds to it. It would be embarrassing to be Cenk right now. Anyway, let's check the Sandbox, and then this is now officially my longest live stream ever. And Looney Tunes 9000 is not in the Sandbox. That's so funny. Of all the times for Looney Tunes to not be in here. I'm going to check the Sandbox and I'm going to eat because I'm hungry. It's a good thing I started this early. I was hoping to watch the second season of the Rings of Power today. Not going to happen. I caught up on the first season. Well, I rewatched the first season yesterday, which distracted me. So, I don't know, maybe tomorrow while I'm watching the Droid Report, I'll finish the drawing I've been working on. Oh my God, I can't wait to show it off once it's done. The drawing that I've done of a cat that I used to have. It's so good. It makes me have all the feels when I look at it. I just want to cry. Anyway, so I've scrolled up as high as I can scroll up. And it looks like, okay, it is the spot where I left off. The Wild West, all these men suddenly caring about women's sports. Yeah, that's the thing. If it wasn't for the way TYT brings it up, people on the left just aren't bringing it up the same way. The right brings it up, and sometimes people on the left will push back. But, you don't see people on the left, like, shoving it in people's faces all the time. And undocumented people are people too, says Pers Oro. And they should be treated like that. And so are inmates, yeah? And they should have all of the human rights, granted to humans. Choki, everyone should be able to get health care free at point of service. Yeah. Piers Oro, what does this have to do with China? Yeah, I don't know what Cenk was crying about. Like, I think he was saying that people on the left believe that people in China should be able to have gender affirming care and that we're crying about it. I don't actually know what it's like over in China when it comes to getting that sort of thing. You know, how prevalent it is or not. But I think, yeah, globally, if people want any sort of surgery, they should be able to get it. I believe in universal health care, not just for Canada, not just for the United States, but for the world. I'm such a radical leftist. I believe trans people have the right to live as who they are all around the world. I'm so radical. That queer folks should be able to exist as who they are all around the world. Just so radical. Dirty, douchey, radical. Dirty, douchebag, radical. Shemagli Cenk is just used to bullying his way through arguments. And for people who, I do plan on clipping this, although it'll be a very long video clip. And if you're watching this for the first time because of the clickbait of the subject, please subscribe to my channel. I'd appreciate it. You know, I'd like to siphon off some of that audience. And, you know, come to me for Canadian politics and news. And I cover that quite regularly. And I'll shout out other channels who also cover this quite regularly because it's important to know cross-border solidarity if you're American, to know we're all dealing with the same issues on either side of the border. And I also talk about other issues like mental health and living with disabilities and other social issues that might come up. So I'm well worth your time. So please subscribe, like, do all that sort of stuff. Become a patron. All that. Shemagli Cenk is getting super frustrated that his attempts to bait Hasan aren't working anymore. Like, how do you even respond to somebody in his late 50s acting like that? Like, acting... What, somebody in kindergarten, I think, would do that sort of thing? Like, how is you as an adult trying to have a reasonable conversation even respond to that? Like, it is just... Linda Marks, I'm the left. C'est moi. The left is me. Crystal Safira, Cenk looks and sounds like Donald Trump. I think a lot of people have also made the comparison saying that if there was a left-wing Alex Jones, Cenk would be it. And yeah. Bad lefty. I've seen this on some other lefty YouTube show. God, Hasan has this patience of a saint. Yeah. But I think part of it is just you hit a certain level of where's the point? Like, how do you even engage with this? And it just kind of shuts you down and you just end up sitting there like rolling your eyes and just like, this is, you know, questioning life choices and questioning if there's going to be a Thanksgiving next year. And also, Crystal Safira, I'm not entirely sure I've seen you in the Sandbox before, so welcome. And I'm not sure I've seen Linda Marks in the Sandbox before, so welcome. Linda Marks, Choki, exactly his midlife crisis is called Peter Thiel. Bad lefty, of all the people to call grifters, Sam fucking Cedar, bruh. No. Again, it's just, the thing I admire about him the most is his integrity, and it's been there for decades. Like, I'll even admit, Sam has had to do less growing a movement on issues than I have over my life. Because I grew up in a very conservative household, and it took me a while to move on some of my positions, but really all it took is exposure to other people. And as I got older, the easier it became to understand and empathize and stuff. But I think a lot of the points where we agree on now, Sam was there in his, like, a 20-year-old Sam was far more progressive than a 20-year-old me was, type thing. And a 25-year-old Sam was more progressive than a 25-year-old me was. But I think now there's might even be a little bit of surpassing where I'm probably further left than Sam on some issues. Which is just interesting. But the older I've gotten, the more progressive I've gotten. But yeah, of all the people to call a grifter, Sam. He could have stayed in show business and not have to worry about money ever. But he took a principled stand and got into this. Doc Possum, someone called Sam hot and it put Cenk in a tailspin. Yeah, I think Sam has aged better. Not that I tend to, I try my best not to think about that as much as possible because I'm not exactly glowing up as I age. But I think Sam just represents to Cenk a lot of what Cenk feels insecure about. And, it probably is a huge threat to Cenk. Shemagli, Sam can't afford to fix the AC in his studio properly. Yeah. The Wild West. Sam is hot, though. Mm-hmm. Claim like a bomb. Lance has called Cenk a grifter. Can't remember Sam doing it. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Lance has by now. But the thing is that with people who, I guess the phrase I'm using now is the authentic left, by the time they start calling TYT, Anna, and Cenk grifters, it's because they've earned it. It's because they're showing a pattern that's making it harder for us to not refer to them as grifters. I'm still not full-fledged calling them grifters. I think there's still a lot of psychological things going on. And to me, to be a grifter, money is the predominant thing. Money is the predominant driver behind grifting. Like, to me, that's what it means. Like, to other people, grifter might mean another thing, and so might fit the bill. But for me, it's like primarily money. So you're grifting, you're doing whatever it takes for more money. But I think there's still psychological drivers with both Cenk and Anna, and that it's not 100% for the money. The money, though, definitely a good incentive. So it's not like it doesn't play a factor. It absolutely does play a factor. So I don't know if myself would, even though I might have offhandedly already referred to them as a grifter out of frustration. But like, if I'm just calmly sitting here and thinking about it, I don't know if they fit my definition of what a grifter is yet. But they're definitely, making it more difficult to not call them that. Bad Lefty, the long grift. Yeah, like that's the other thing that could be going on is, what was it? Cenk is maybe thinking, what? Sam is doing this reverse psychology thing by, going on there and telling people to not give him money, that's then going to make them give him money. Like, maybe that's why Sam is like, oh, no, whatever you do, don't give me money for my birthday. No, donate it to a good cause. Because, then Sam knows that people will look at him and be like, oh, he's like a real authentic man. Therefore, I'm definitely going to not listen to him and give him all my money. Like, I think there might be a bit of that going on in Cenk's brain too, thinking that Sam is somehow playing this part of not being a grifter in order to grift. You know, the whole grifting by not grifting, or not grifting by grifting something or other, you know, that by pretending to not be a grifter, that is how he grifts. I think that might actually be going on in Cenk's head as well about Sam. That, oh yeah, Sam is just putting on the show of being this authentic good guy of not wanting money. It's like, oh no, whatever you do, don't become a member. Like, whatever you do right now, people, don't send lots of money into super chats. Whatever you do, don't do that. It's like, I do fall into the same category of Majority Report, where I'll say, it's like, yes, by all means, send in the super chats, become a patron, you know, help out with donations for Frodo's vet bills, the Amazon wish list I have linked in the description box below, but only if you can. Like, don't spend money on me if you need it. Like, I just, you know, look after yourself first. And then if you have a little extra, yes, I appreciate it, and it helps to keep me going, and it helps to sustain what I do. So if you want to help out that way, by all means, but there are ways that you can help without financial contributions, and sometimes they're niche, and sometimes it's as much as, you know, getting into the chats of other leftists and letting them know about me and trying to get me onto their shows, because that would help a lot too, and it doesn't cost people anything. Or like recently, somebody reached out to me and to help me edit my videos so I can get my videos out sooner. Like, all of this, you know, again, I don't, because I live with poverty, and as much as I would love to be able to support some of these content creators I see, I understand the struggle of not being able to. And so I don't want people spending money they don't have on me. You know, that's the government's responsibility. They're the ones that should be, you know, paying me enough to actually not be in dire poverty, relying on disability. So, you know, I don't want this community to pick up the slack of what my government should be doing. But that said, if you have the extra money, it helps. Every little bit helps. Bad lefty. Grift alert. Feeding gazzing kids. The long con. Grand Theft Autobot. What a grift, talking about what Sam was saying about, you know, don't spend the money on me. I actually did spend money on getting Sam a cameo. Although I gave it to Andy Kindler, a friend of Sam's. And I did it because I wanted to support Andy in his cameo quests. And I also wanted a fun way to try to get Sam onto my show. And it helped. It worked. And I got and it was a cheap cameo. Like, Andy isn't exactly asking much for his cameos. And I had money at the time, so I wanted to support Andy with it. And so it was like a win-win for me, you know, support Andy on cameo, and then you know, get Andy Kindler, one of Sam's closest friends, to be like, you know what, you should go on this Left of the Box show. It's on my channel if people want to see it. I'm sure if you just look up Andy Kindler in the search, you should be able to find it. But I did post the cameo to my YouTube page. But it's from a long time ago, because I had Sam, I guess, on my show like 2 years ago or something like that. I would love to get him back on again. I've tried, but, you know, trying to break through the noise of all the people contacting him through different means and methods, it's hard to break through the noise sometimes. Crystal Safira, Jenkins doing permanent damage to his relationship with Hasan. I'd have a hard time respecting a family member after a conversation like that. You know, you still love them because they're family, although I have a lot of family that I don't have feelings about, but, you know, I think it's different for people who are autistic to not just default love family, especially if they haven't supported you or cared about you your entire life. Like, I have my mom and sister, and my nibblings, but there's a lot of my family I have almost no contact with that I won't tolerate for the sake of their family, so I should tolerate them. Howard Wilson, speaking of intentions, Anna always goes on about how she was right about how much she hated Tulsi. This is the same thing. Yeah, all of this, like, oh, what about their intentions, their intentions, their intentions? And it's like, I've never seen Sam's intentions or Emma's intentions or Matt, like behind the camera Matt, because he chimes in a fair bit as well. I've never seen their intentions bad. Again, it's integrity. Like all of the crew of the Majority Report, the people who regularly go on Thursdays, I never see bad intent with them, and I see integrity. And again, I'm not afraid to call it out if I see them break that integrity. If it's conditional. And I do worry about whether or not they'll have Judy Gold back on the show at some point. Because that would be a mark against them. Like, I don't know if they know. And I understand that if they just get IM'd about it or a phone call about it, saying you shouldn't have Judy Gold on again, I could see them getting just defensive out of instinct, but because they might not know, because they might not be so plugged into her life. And for those of you who don't know, I've covered it on my channel. You can go back and see the clips. Judy Gold was a regular Friday guest on the Majority Report and good friends with Sam. She's a raging Zionist. She went on a comedy tour for the Friends of the IDF. So she went on a comedy tour to help raise money for IDF soldiers. And she actually posted on her Instagram account her mocking the pro-Palestinian protesters outside her Toronto show. So if she ever goes back onto the Majority Report and she is not confronted about this, I would have issues and I would call it out. That said, like I said, I don't know if Sam and Emma actually know that. So if people just say, well, what about Judy Gold? And they get a defensive off the bat, I can understand that. And unlike what Cenk says, I think people on the left cut each other a lot of slack when it comes to issues like this. And so, you know, if they don't know, they don't know. But once they do know, if they have her back on the show, then I'd have issue with that. Oh, Choki, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I see them as I'm scrolling down, but then there's also the option so I can check to make sure I don't miss any at the end. But the super chat says, thanks, love and solidarity, trans rights. Well, thank you so much for the I say $5, but I think it's €5, which I don't know the conversion rate, so I'm assuming I'm rich right now. Let's see. Howard Wilson, Polymarket was funded by Peter Thiel. That's the money. Money monkey. Money. I think the first one was a typo, but you know, money monkey, money. Meaty doctors, Sam doesn't give a fuck about this shit. For the most part, no, I don't think he does. But I think he might start calling out TYT the same way he started calling out like Jimmy Dore and Dave Rubin and stuff like that. It wouldn't surprise me if they start doing that because it helps in their algorithms and it's a little bit more fun for them. But on a personal level, I don't think Sam gives a shit. Bad lefty, I am the one true left. Fight me. But then if I disagree with you on that, then we can't both be on the left. There is only one true left. It's the leftist Highlander left. We are the Highlander left, all of us. There can only be one. Grand Theft Autobot. There can only be one Leftlander. Okay, so we kind of hit the same point. Yes, we are the Leftlander. That's what Cenk can call us. Crystal Safira, Cenk got loomered. Yeah. It's interesting because there's some talk about like how people on the right are getting a little bit more despondent on Twitter because all the leftists are fleeing to go to Blue Sky, and a lot of them are upset because it's not just, you know, insulting the left that they like. They like the engagement. They like the back and forth. They like getting into the arguments and stuff like that. And they're not getting that anymore because a lot of the people have left Twitter. But now I see this starting where Laura Loomer is going after like Cenk and Anna because they crave that attention. They crave that, you know, engagement and stuff of that sort that she's not going to get from leftists anymore on there. Bad lefty, if you feed monster, it just means he'll eat you last. The West Wild, you don't reason with leopards. You throw them some meat and run. That's what he's doing with the trans community. Ah, it jumped. There we go. Bad lefty, just saying 100, Sandy. So sure, everything. Crystal Safira saying, I left when their mods left. Game over. Bad lefty, I doubt Sam much care, but callers, IMers will. Oh yeah, he's going to get bombarded with IMs and calls about it because, you know, the audience wants to see the drama. They'll want him to engage. They'll want to rile him up. And it's not that Sam will shy away from it, but I think there also has to be a point to it. Because I've seen him engage, especially when it comes to trans issues and push back against TYT and their rhetoric. And it's usually, again, it is brought up initially by the audience, and then he'll respond that way. But I don't necessarily just see him in the fun half bringing it up without somebody in the audience initiating it. Because he doesn't personally care about what Cenk thinks about him. Let's see. Trevor Borens, thank you so much for the super kind $10 super chat. Thanks for the stream, Sandy. I appreciate your work. Well, I appreciate your support. Let's see. Oh, no, Looney Tunes got in there. Okay. Well, Sandy, I guess you can take that Looney Tunes 9000 not in the Sandbox comment back. Okay, you're there. You're there. I see you. I see you. You're here for my... Oh my God! Just looking at the time. 6 hours of streaming. Clam like a bomb. Thank you so much for the $5. The $5 super chat. I usually watch after you're live, but got you live today. Well, thank you so much for watching whenever you can, and the super chat. Really appreciate it. Looney Tunes 9000, don't send TYT money, let them get broke. I think that's about to happen. I've seen a lot of people in like chats and even in comments in my videos like wondering what to do with TYT merch they now have. Like again, I really hope Majority Report doesn't do any sort of weird turn because I have a lot of their merch. And what am I going to do? Like burn the shirt, throw the shirt away? Like they're also union made in good quality. So. You know, like, yes, this is a Majority Report baseball shirt, but it's also super comfortable and I like wearing it. And you know what? I think the color, the black, white, red, that complements me well. Bad Lefty, Sandy is grifting us by saying, don't give what you can't afford. Tut, tut, tut. Death of Philippi Augusta. Hey, Sandy, I see you hanging out in some YouTube chats. Do you ever hang out in Twitch chat? Might help you grow your audience. Not sure you're the expert, not me. I'm just naturally on YouTube. I do have like a Twitch account. I don't have a Twitch channel. I have a Twitch account, so I could get into Twitch chats a bit more. But I'm just on YouTube. I think that's it. I'm just on YouTube. And I know like when I watch the Surfs live, if I'm on YouTube and I message into the chat there, if Lance sees it, he'll acknowledge me type thing. But yeah, I don't know too much about the Twitch culture to know much about it. I don't know much about it to know much about it. I'm really getting tired. Doc Possum, famine's how you treat people, not your blood. Clam like a bomb. Sam mentioned Judy going on that tour. He wasn't happy about it. Oh, so he knows about it. Okay. I don't recall him talking about it, but I've covered it when I found out about it. Because I remember I saw the poster for the comedy show in Toronto, and since I live close to Toronto, that caught my attention. And it wasn't until after I was covering it that I saw the people. I'm like, is that Judy Gold? And I actually had to do some double checking and stuff because I can have issues remembering names and faces. And so I wanted to confirm it was who I thought it was. And yeah, so it'd be disappointing if Judy ever goes back onto the Majority Report and he doesn't confront her about it. But I also can understand that it might be personally hard for Sam because they were good friends, you know. Bad Lefty, yeah, €5 equal $1 gazillion. Wow. Looney Tunes 9000 saying that Judy Gold has since been banned from appearing on TMR. I hope so. I don't know if there's been any official statements. I know he offhandedly said one time that there was a bunch of people that he plans on getting back onto Friday's shows, but things have been so preoccupied with the election and whatnot that they haven't been able to focus on that. And I think he did say Judy's name at one point, but it could be he wasn't thinking. He was just thinking of names. And again, she at least was a very good friend of his. So it wouldn't surprise me if it just kind of slipped out. But, you know, it's one of those things. Time will tell. But because, again, she was a personal friend of his, as long as she doesn't go back on the show, I'm fine with that. I don't need to see him make some sort of public statement about it, because I can imagine it's hard to see your friends go down that route. Lurker Loons 9000 says bad lefty. Doc Possum TYT merch, same place as your Teddy Fresh. Oh right, Teddy Fresh. That was the Ethan Klein clothing line, wasn't it? Something like that. Yeah. Looney Tunes 9000. I know Twitch is like YouTube, but different. I know that much. But I don't know much about the culture of it. And I am down to the bottom of the Sandbox. So I can just, do some of this advertising stuff. Buy my book. I have a horror book. You can buy it. Although I'm probably going to be making some updates to it. And I'm going to see if I can make it hard copy. But I'm really proud of the book, even though I got some originally negative feedback on it, but somebody in the Sandbox, who's a regular in the Sandbox, said that they liked it. They read it and liked it. So that is good. But I would appreciate people reading it, because I would love to get more feedback on it. And it's probably very cathartic. I'm just saying. The ending, probably super cathartic with everything that's going on. I don't want to spoil it, though. But I do want to make some small changes to it in case I decide to expand on that world. Nope, not that one. I will soon be able to show you the completed drawing that I've been working on, and I'm looking forward to that. It's almost done. Almost done. So again, only if you have the money, please become a patron. Really helps. I have different tiers. Even if it's only temporary, you can afford it for a few months and then not. You don't have to explain ever, stop being a patron. I get it. I get it. Also, if you do have a little extra cash, ongoing support for Frodo's vet bills would be appreciated. He is doing well, which is amazing considering how old that cat is now. And he's not just doing okay, he's doing well. And a year ago, I thought he was going to die. And so seeing him alive and playing with his brothers, still being able to jump up on furniture, being himself, and he's like 17 years old, is quite the thing. But he still needs regular medication and stuff. So any support with his vet bills would be appreciated. And you can do that by the PayPal link in the description box below. Or if you're Canadian, e-transfer to SandeeLovas@gmail.com. And that money specifically is to help cover his ongoing vet bills. I have an Amazon wish list in the description box below, and I'm adding things as I go along. As I get settled and things of that sort. So stuff to help, my YouTube studio, my art studio, treats for my cats, treats for me. If you just want to do a one-time thing, that's, again, super appreciated. Every little bit helps, and I do mean it, because I understand it, and it might just seem like a little bit to you, but it means the world to me. But only if you can afford it. I don't want people spending money on me if you need it. But like, subscribe, plug me to other leftist content creators to help me get onto their shows. I would love to get onto the Majority Report sometime, like actually on the show and not just a call in, to talk about, you know, the upcoming Canadian election. Like any American leftist shows you know of, I desperately want to get on to talk about the upcoming Canadian election. I'll even talk to other Canadians about the upcoming Canadian election. I'm not against that. But I desperately want to get more of a message out there. And it is like very much wanting to get onto the Majority Report because I know they have a large Canadian audience. And so I want to siphon off their Canadian audience. I want access to that. But it is more, I want to share their audience and inform their Canadian audience of what's about to happen. And there's another couple of shows that I wouldn't mind getting onto in the States that I'm trying to reach out to. So we'll see. We will see. But like, subscribe, leave comments under everything. That always helps. This segment that I just ranted about TYT will be clipped. It's going to be a long clip, but please watch it to help it do numbers. And yep. I'm not sure when the next live stream will be. I still want to work on, like, I have all these side project essay type videos that I want to do. Like there's the one with Tim Pool and Sam Cedar about the abortion, specifically the abortion segment that I want to get to, but I want to make that into a video, not a live stream, just given, you know, the content of it, for people who might be more uncomfortable talking about what they were talking about and whatnot. So we'll get there, but yeah. Death of Felipe Augusta, the banking system is rigged against Americans. Yeah. E-transfer is the best way to transfer money because nothing is deducted. And it's super easy. So that is just the best way. Oh, Looney Tunes 9000. The culture is very much the same, but different. Talking about Twitch and YouTube. Okay. Let's see. Death of Felipe Augusta. Make Sandy come onto Peacefire Now Twitch chat. He has a panel show and a lot might do one Canadian election. I have inside knowledge, just guessing. I have no inside knowledge, just guessing. I have no idea who that is. Bad lefty. Sounds like I need to brush up on my anti-Canadian slurs. I don't know. Are there any anti-Canadian slurs out there? Nothing that I imagined that anything other than right-wing snowflakes would take to heart. Okay. Yeah, it's late. I've been at this for a while. I need to call it. I need to call it. And go eat my dinner and stuff and go play outside in the snow that just happened. So, until next time. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.